All right, guys, let's get right into it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's engagement with the press. Then J.D. Vance takes on multiple. I'm be real with you. Let's be real. He took on multiple adversarial interviews and one softball interview with Fox. Well, of course. But all right, guys, let's get right into it. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
This is a little bit more comfortable. It was a little wet out there. Hello. Go ahead.
So, President Trump, what's harder? Peace in the Middle East or ending a government shutdown?
Well, I think the hardest is this. This has been going on for 3,000 years. The shutdown's only been for 10 days. So I think the shutdown, it's gotten to be almost customary, but we're taking care of it. We've got the military.
Yeah, we're not going to sit here and say anything crazy like, Hamas is being more reasonable than the Democrats. That'd be wild to say, right? Right.
Military paid in full, and we're doing a lot of things. We're ending some programs that we don't want. They happen to be Democrat-sponsored programs, but we're ending some programs that we never wanted, and we're probably not going to allow them to come back. I think they made a mistake. I think they made a big mistake. This is really a Schumer shutdown because he's become sort of irrelevant, and he wants to make himself relevant again.
And in terms of the politics of this historic peace deal that we're on the way to go sign right now, you would think it's good for everybody. But at a rally this weekend, they were cheering for you and they were booing Netanyahu. What's up with that?
I don't know, but we're going to...
Well, because Netanyahu said one thing in front of the American people, then he went right back to his home country, said it in Hebrew, and said that, yeah, we're not going to withdraw out of Gaza. We're going to take over Gaza. So he said something different to, the people of Israel, and that's why they was protesting him. Because to be quite honest, it doesn't seem like Bibi wanted the hostages to come back. And that's just, my speculation of it, because it is a bit weird that he doesn't want this to happen when he's been, also complaining about the hostages, reasonably so. So it is weird how he kind of went, in front of, his Congress and completely said something different.
Make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time. I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified. Because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel. And we're going to meet.
Basically, it's like there's a spectrum here. All right, guys. It's either your Laura Loomer or you're Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson. There's a spectrum. And then you're in the middle, and then you're like, I don't know, you're like Dave Smith or something.
All of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
Mr. President, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has not gone so far as to say the war is over. In your view, is the war between Israel and Hamas over?
The war is over. The war is over. Okay, you understand that?
Mr. President, is the ceasefire going to hold? Are you confident the ceasefire will hold?
Say it.
Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are... A lot of reasons why it's going to hold. But I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries, okay? Not just recent, it's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we'll see where it holds.
Mr. President, what will Gaza look like a year from now?
The International Stabilization Force, that's part of
It'll be
the...
a good, strong force.
When will that go
I
in?
don't think
When
it's
will
going to
that
have
be ready?
a big impact because I think barely we're going to have to use it. I think people are going to behave. Everybody knows their place. It's going to be...
Yeah, the International Stabilization Force is supposed to be basically the police force that they're using to vet Palestinians in order to become, Palestinian police. So, they can work a way or create a way for the Palestine to start to police themselves. That's what they're doing with the stabilization force. It's like a vetting force, also a police force until, Palestine or Gaza, well, let's say Gaza kind of find a way to police themselves.
Great for everybody. It's going to be great for the surrounding countries, Arab, Muslim, all of them. It's going to be great for Israel. Everybody is happy. And I think it's going to stay that way, Peter.
And if this,
Well,
if this peace, if the ceasefire does hold, how long until we get to the part of the 20-point peace plan where developers can go in and make Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East?
Well, I don't know about the Riviera for a while, because you take a look at what you have. You have to get people taken care of first. But it's going to start really essentially immediately. I mean, they're going to have to start by removing a lot of the structures that you see that are down to the ground. I mean, it's blasted. This is like a demolition site. Almost the entire site is. So you have to get rid of what you have there. You have structures that are very dangerous. They're falling down. If they haven't fallen, they're going to fall down.
Yeah, 70% of Gaza has been leveled, so it is going to be like a long time for anything that gets built because, well, there's a whole lot of cleanup to do. And then also, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Their own volition. So that process, Peter, is going to start pretty much immediately. In that way.
Like a year from now, in your view?
A year, that's very quick. But over the years, it'll look very good. It'll be. It's got the first chance it's had in centuries of being peaceful. It's always been a very, very strange area. It's always been loaded up with problems, religious problems, problems like no other place probably in the world.
Facts.
And I think it's going to normalize. All you can say, if it normalizes, that would be fantastic.
Structure, sir, that you have set up in that peace plan, how soon will that new governing body be in place?
Very quickly. And everybody wants to be a part of it. You're talking about the Board of Peace?
Right. Tony Blair, yourself.
Everybody wants to be a part of it. I've had calls from all of the leaders of countries. They all want to be a part. I mean, the leaders themselves, they're not going to send somebody. They want to be a part of it.
Do you know who's going to be a part of it yet?
I do.
Can you share?
No, not yet.
Yeah, well, we do know it's going to be a part of it. We got confirmation that it's good. Trump's going to be on there. So is Tony Blair. But, you know, the mystery box is when they say other Arab nation leaders. So we're not sure what Arab nations is going to, you know, consist of this Board of Peace.
Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it since the...
Take your ear things out.
Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it?
You know, I want to find out that Tony would be popular with all, because I just don't know that. And I like Tony. I've always liked Tony, but I want to find out that he's an acceptable choice to everybody.
What guarantees have you been able to give to both the Israelis and the Arab countries?
Guarantees.
The Israelis are very concerned.
We have a lot of verbal guarantees too, and I don't think they're going to want to disappoint me. I have a lot of verbal guarantees that aren't down in writing, but they were given to me, and I believe they're going to be held very strongly. That's why I think it's going to be successful.
So, President, you had to...
Look who we have. Hi, Katie. Let me shake you.
Good to see you, Mr. President. I'm sure you've seen reports of Hamas rearming, instituting themselves as a Palestinian police force, shooting rivals. What is your message to
Where they are
Hamas?
standing because they do want to stop the problems, and they've been open about it, and we gave them approval for a period of time. You have to understand, they've lost probably 60,000 people. That's a lot of retribution. They've lost 60,000 people, and the ones that are living right now were, in many cases, very young when this all started.
I mean, we got 63,000, like, you know, confirmed casualties, and what was it? I think it was like a statistics that came out of Harvard that was saying that there was like over 300,000 missing Palestinians. Now, we're not sure if these Palestinians escaped somewhere, if they're under the rubble, or if their bodies yet to be found. But as the cleanup of Gaza, you know, starts, I'm pretty sure, you know, that I would say it's probably going to go from like what 63,000 maybe to 80,000 or something like that. God forbid it cracks 100,000, and then that's going to be a huge problem. Well, 63,000 is already a huge problem, but some people kind of brush that off. Not me, but hey, some people will.
And we are having them watch that there's not going to be big crime or some of the problems that you have when you have areas like this that have been literally demolished. You know, you have 2 million people, and probably it'll be less than that, but you have close to 2 million people going back to buildings that have been demolished. and a lot of bad things can happen. So we want it to be safe. I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President, you have
Who knows for sure, Katie? But I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President.
Mr.
Yes.
Hi. What is the latest that you've heard about hostages, when they will be released? Do you expect to meet with
Well, I
any
hear
of
the
them?
hostages might be even a little early, but I don't want to say that. So they have the hostages. I understand all 20.
And there's already video that's been circling around social media showing that Hamas has, they've already made all preparations needed to release hostages, and they've already put the hostages in the cars ready to be, sent right back to Israel where they belong. So, shout out to the hostages being returned.
And we may get them out a little bit
Never should have been taken in the first place, but, hey, shout out to them being returned.
early. Getting them was amazing, actually, because we were involved, and they were in places that you don't want to know about. Deep.
Some of the top Biden administration folks who were there, like Antony Blinken, seem to want some credit for the peace deal. Blinken says it's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan that the Biden administration developed. What do you think about that?
Everybody knows it's a joke. Look, they did such a bad job. This should have never happened. This wouldn't have even happened. That was weak leadership, terrible. And the same thing with Russia, Ukraine. If just a decent president, not a great president like me, not a great president. If a decent president was in, you wouldn't have had the Russia-Ukraine. And this is, I would say, even more so. This was bad policy by Biden and by Obama. Remember when Bibi came and he begged that you not do what they were doing with Iran? You remember that, right? Begged them. And they wouldn't even listen to him. Everything they did was the opposite of what you should have done. And it's nice that they try and take a little credit. That was years ago, and the mistakes were made years ago, and it was both by Biden and Obama.
And so what did you do so differently? Because I know a lot of it was behind the scenes. So what did you do so much differently than Joe Biden and to end the war?
I resonated with the Arab leaders, the Muslim leaders, and the Jewish leaders. For whatever reason. You tell me why. He said that in my first news conference, I answered more questions of him than Biden.
It does seem like Trump is, I would say, placating to the Arab nations, pretty much saying that, and I would say it like this. The only reason that the Arab nations signed on to Trump's Gaza peace plan is because he's kind of laid out a way that Palestinians can start to govern and police themselves without Israel. Now, the whole security bunker thing around Gaza, we'll see how that works out. But the Arab nations are on board as long as Gaza can be governed by the Palestinians and police. And they're all good. So they're also good with the hostages, but their main gripe is, Gaza's self-governance, or the Palestinian self-governance.
Did 4 years. And I think that's pretty close to being true.
Now, there were no Pinocchios in the fact check.
None. That's right. That's right.
Your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu has been through some ups and downs. You had to get a little tough on him. Where is that relationship now, and can you tell us about it?
It's very good. He just put me up for the Nobel Prize. So, I don't know what it means with the Nobel Prize, but he put me up yesterday for the Nobel Prize that I should get it. I think it's very good.
Has he made commitments to you personally about moving forward to the next phase of peace?
Look, let me tell you. He's a wartime president. He did a very good job. I had some disputes with him, and they were quickly settled. I can tell you that. But as far as I'm concerned, I think he's done a great job. I think he was the right person at this time. Look, it's been this way for centuries. We're not talking about for 10 years, for 5. It's been this way for centuries. And he did a great job. And working with me, he was fantastic. Now, working with Biden, no good. They didn't get along, and they had the opposite, because Biden and Obama backed Iran. And just so when you talk about a thing like that, if you think they were backing Iran, when you back Iran, this...
No, like the beef between Obama and Biden was hidden, but it was real. Like, Obama's even been, said to have said, you can't underestimate Joe Biden's ability to F things up. And I'm be honest with you, there's some truth to that. I mean, Obama damn near predicted Joe Biden's performance before we did. So, man, that says a lot. I mean, Obama didn't even have trust in Biden. But, hey, man, it is what it is.
Wouldn't have worked. And had we not taken out the Iran nuclear facility and we made the same deal, it would have a really dark cloud over it. And you wouldn't have people dancing in the streets, Katie. You would have people saying, oh, my, you're making a deal, but we have a guy over there with nuclear weapons all over the place. He's going to knock the hell out of us. If we didn't take out the Iran nuclear when we did, because in 2 months they would have had a nuclear weapon, this deal, even if it were done the exact same way, would have had a dark cloud over it. And now there's no dark clouds. There's nobody they have to worry about, Katie.
Have you talked to the Qataris?
I disagree with Trump on that one. I honestly do think it was a good deal, but let's be quiet on. They did stay within the frames of that deal, but like I said, they got up to 60% uranium. They were still allowing inspections, but apparently those weren't enough. And like I said, it was supposed to be for deterring, is what Iran said, but it actually became the reason why they got bombed. Now they're kind of moving the goalposts. It went from, well, they can enrich it to 90% uranium to, well, they have enough 60% uranium they can clump it together and make a bomb. So, I mean, hey, man, war with Iran might be coming soon, God forbid.
About their changing behavior in your first term, you talked about how they were funding terrorism. What
The Qataris,
What do they do differently in your eyes to make sure they're not
Qataris
funding
really helped us with this deal. And the Emir is an amazing man who really helped us. You have to understand, his country is right in the middle of everything, more so than any other country, more so than UAE, where you have to fly an hour and a half to get there, more so than Saudi Arabia, where you have to fly an hour and a half to get there. His country, you walk across a line and you're there. So he's in the middle of this unbelievable hostile territory with people on all different sides of the opinion and the question. They were a tremendous help. Qatar was a tremendous help to getting this done. I hope people can realize that.
Yeah.
It was very tough and very dangerous for Qatar. They were very brave, and their leader, the Emir.
Yeah, I mean, they opened up diplomacy for all the adversarial, Arab countries. Like, the reason why we're able to even talk to these guys is because of Qatar and somewhat of Egypt. But it's mainly Qatar that works well with the adversarial Arab nations. And we need that. We need that pipeline of diplomacy. But it is not cool that Israel bombed them for it. And their excuse was, well, they're that pipeline for diplomacy, a.k.a. they're harboring Hamas. I mean, come on now. But shout out to my man Jet. He says, sup, everyone. The new NPC talking points are out. Antifa isn't real, or they're not organized. And it was Biden's admin's plan Trump's using to get the Gaza ceasefire done. TDS is real. Yeah, Biden did come out and say, oh, he using my framework. I wrote this down. He's plagiarizing policy. I'm like, Biden, 1, you're a sore loser. Like, 2, why didn't you implement it? 3, who cares? As long as it got done, it doesn't matter.
Was very, very brave. And Qatar should...
Shout out Jet for starting us off. Oh, yeah, my bad. But yeah, shout out Jet for starting us off. Appreciate the support, man.
And you have to understand, they lived in the middle of everything. So they can't just be like, you couldn't do it, I could... Nobody could do it. Say what?
Have they changed their behavior from 2017 when you accused them of funding terrorism?
I don't know. In 2017, I didn't really know them very well. 2017, that was at the very beginning of my term. As I got to know them, I got to understand them, and I got to realize that they're in the middle of, they are right in the...
Oh, guys, and do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video. That's the way we get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Middle of everything. Other countries are there, but they're an hour and a half away. A big difference. They're literally, you walk over from Iran to Qatar. You can walk it in 1 second. You go boom, boom, and now you're in Qatar. That's tough territory. I think Qatar was amazing the way they helped us.
Mr. President, another world leader.
There was a ceasefire that collapsed in March this year. there was a ceasefire earlier this year that collapsed in March. Do you think this could have been done then? This took a lot of pressure on both sides. But do you have any regrets?
I see it, and I see it with Russia too. Sometimes you have to go through some pain before it all happens. I saw it with Turkey, and by the way, Turkey was fantastic too. President Erdogan was fantastic. He really helped a lot because he's very respected. He's got a very powerful nation. He's got a very, very powerful military, and he helped a lot, President Erdogan. UAE was great. We mentioned Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the king, they were great. Indonesia was great. We had tremendous help. Jordan, the king, they were great. This is an amazing thing. Countries that, very diverse countries, some got along, some didn't, but for the most part.
But to low-key answer his question about the ceasefire is, well, let's be honest. Israel has broken ceasefires before. I mean, they broke in the last ceasefire. It wasn't Hamas. I mean, Hamas can't even attack. But it was Israel who broke the ceasefire, and that's why things spiraled out of control the last time. So we're kind of hoping the same thing doesn't happen this time. But here's the thing. I mean, to be quite honest, the first round went through successfully. Now we're hoping for the second one. Excuse me, but we're hoping for a second one. And let's see where things go from there. We need the hostage exchange done. Then maybe we can also get, the IDF at the security bunker that they wanted. But right now, they did withdraw out of Gaza City, and the Gazans are able to return and, start doing cleanup.
Nobody got along with anybody, and they all came together, and they're all dancing in the streets, just like Israel. It's a unique point in time. You were talking about the ceasefire. That wouldn't have had that held. That wouldn't have happened back then.
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good.
One of the world leaders, sir, that you've
What do you think you can take from these negotiations? And
when you stop trying to supply war and you kind of use trade to end it. Usually we use trade to supply war instead of ending war. So kudos to Trump on that.
Peace process into Moscow and try to end the Russia-Ukraine
war. I think what you can take is that never give up. Just never give up. Last week they killed over 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers. And a little bit more, frankly, Russian soldiers than Ukraine soldiers last week. But think of it, every week they're losing from 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers. It's ridiculous. And I thought that would be one of my easier ones. I mean, when you settle something that's been going on for 31 and 32 years, that's, in theory, a lot harder than setting, something that's been going on for 3 years. But this is a war going on for 3 years, should have never started. Frankly, I give Ukraine credit for doing so well. I mean, they're good fighters. They're very good fighters.
Yeah.
I really think that President Putin.
I will give it to Ukraine. I mean, I've always have. I don't believe that they can win, but the fact that they've lasted this long through military assistance, of course. But even then, though, even then, the fact that they lasted this long is pretty impressive. So I'll give it up to Ukraine on that one. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up by double tapping that screen. All right, let's get right back to it.
It would look great if he got this settled. And I think he's going to settle it, but we're going to see. And if he doesn't, It's not going to be good for him. Not gonna be
Speaking
good.
of China, you've been truthing about another world leader. You said not to worry about China, but he's been putting out some tough statements in regards to your tariffs, sir. Are you planning to speak with him? When's the last time you spoke?
Putting out tough statements because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war. You do that better than anybody.
Yeah, and what China pretty much did was they sent out threatening letters to countries that use their rare earth mineral refinery technology and said that, yeah, if you use our tech, we get to control how much you import over there to the United States. So how much you export over there to the United States. We'll control it. Even though it's going to hurt your profit margins, even though it's going to hurt your companies, yeah, we're trying to destroy the American businesses by limiting their supply of rare earth minerals, thus limiting whatever products they make of those, and that will also skyrocket prices. That was the strategy, and they were trying to get the world on board. But the world snitched on China, sent the letter to Trump. Trump reacted with, all right, well, by November 1st, which was the same time that China said, yeah, we want to go ahead and control your imports by this time, and you're going to let us do it or else. Yeah, by that same time, Trump said, okay, cool, 100% on y'all imports, and let's see how y'all survive then. Because sadly, the only thing that's protected from tariffs in China's economy is their tech sector. Everything else gets decimated.
McGee.
First, more tariffs on China. Are you considering walking that back?
Who are you with?
Politico, Dasha Burns, sir.
Dasha Politico. Politico's gone bad. They've been so wrong about everything. Politico has been so wrong about everything. Let's get somebody else to ask some questions. Do you mind? Is that all right? Because Politico is fake news.
Do you plan on meeting with Xi now?
Damn.
Go to Asia in a couple weeks?
But you saw the statement I put out that he had a bad day. And I think we're going to be fine with China. Look, I have a great relationship with President Xi. He's a very tough man. He's a very smart man. He's a great leader for their country. He's a great leader. And I have a great relationship with him. I think we'll get it set. I know what happened. I really understand what happened. And I'm not even saying he's wrong. But then we met him with something much tougher than what he did to us. Again, because of the tariffs, it's much tougher.
Would you ever visit Gaza?
What?
Would you ever visit Gaza?
I would. Yeah, I would. I'd be proud to. I see it. I mean, I know it so well without
I'm
visiting,
good.
but I do see it. Yeah, I would actually. I'd like to do it. I'd like to put my feet on it at least. But I think it's going to be a great miracle over the coming decades. And you know, if you go too fast, that's not going to be good. You have to go at the right speed. You can't go too fast. Who are you with?
BBC.
Personally, I will not be going to the Gaza Rivera or Gaza resorts. I'm okay. I do not want Hamas ghosts or Palestinian ghosts in my hotel room because I deserve it. But all right, though, back to the show.
Tom Bateman, BBC, with the radio call.
I'm good.
When Steve Witkoff was in Hostages Square last night, he mentioned Prime Minister Netanyahu and the crowd booed. I wondered if you saw that and
I did.
what you made of that.
I also saw the crowd cheer when he mentioned Trump, like really cheer, and it's an honor. No, as I said, I think Bibi did a great job. I had some words with him a couple of times where I didn't agree, and he was always he was the right guy at the right time.
But are you confident that as many Palestinians will be concerned that after the hostages are handed over, that Israel might restart the war for some reason?
I'm not worried about anything. I think we have a great deal, and it's a great deal for everybody. You know, a great deal is a deal where everybody's happy.
You know, I want to put something out there and hopefully it don't happen. But if Bibi Netanyahu, hopefully that doesn't happen, gets assassinated for not following the far extreme right of the Likud party, I called it. And that's one of the reasons why they'll probably get back into it. Another reason is that, yeah, he can't pretty much quell the hatred and the, racist of his party, and they're gonna low-key try to start this back up, regardless of what Bibi, wants or whatever he says. They might just overthrow Bibi to go ahead and take over Gaza. I mean, hey, greater Israel might just be that important. They already burnt the red heifer, so let's see how far they're gonna take this.
In every country, they're dancing in the streets. That's a
Allegedly, though. Allegedly.
great deal. It's a unique period in time.
So President, November 1st, 100% tariffs on China is what you said. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, right now it is. Yeah, let's see what happens. For me, you know what November 1st is? An eternity. November 1st is an eternity for me.
So there's
For somebody
negotiating.
else, it's right around the corner. For me, when I hear November 1st, it's an eternity. Go ahead.
I was about to
You
get
talked
real.
A couple weeks ago, you were doing an interview and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly an Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. And as an example, had the election of 2020 not been rigged, you would have millions of people living just in Russia, Ukraine alone.
He's
That
gonna
would
pay
have
for
never
that
happened, and it didn't happen for 4 years. And I knew Putin very well. It was the apple of his eye. All the things I've said would have never happened.
Now, I ain't gonna lie. Trump's gonna pay for that one line right there. I don't know if I'm gonna go to heaven. Now the libs are gonna spin it as, see, even Trump knows he's evil. Even Trump says he won't go to heaven. How could you guys believe it? How could you guys believe in him? He's the Antichrist, and it's about to start right now. Trust me. Trust me. I see it. It's in the future. I can see it now.
We had an incompetent administration. We had an incompetent president. And because of a crooked election, millions of people are dead. And by the way, the Israeli thing was much harder to get settled because of the past administration. Okay? Rest, enjoy yourselves, say hello to your boss,
Of course.
and I'll see you guys, right? Good.
Sir, before you go, can you tell us about your conversations with President Zelensky? Did you talk about
We had a very good
long-range
conversation
missiles?
this morning and yesterday.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage you with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support.
And he basically would like to, as you know, we are not sending any weapons. We're sending them to NATO, and NATO is paying, which is a big difference between Biden and Trump. Because Biden gave him $350 billion, and we didn't. We gave them.
Oh, and shout out to Cache My Memory for sending in like 6 jewels. Appreciate the support.
We gave them nothing, but we gave them respect and some other things, frankly. So we talked about weapons, and the weapons are sent to NATO, and NATO then sends us a check. They pay for them in full, and they would need more weapons, and we're looking into doing that. We hope we're going to be able to provide them. Our country needs weapons too. We can't give so many weapons that we don't have weapons. You never know what's going to happen. Who knows what's going to happen?
You ain't wrong.
But NATO pays us 100% for the weapons, and then they send them into Ukraine. And we talked about the weapons they need, what kind of weapons. They need Patriots very badly. They'd like to have Tomahawks. That's a step up. They'd like to have Tomahawks. We talked about that.
Yeah, so the new relationship of our involvement in the Ukrainian war is that we supply weapons to NATO for them to buy so they can, send it over to Ukraine. So, yeah, I know. We're like a third party in this, basically. Or we're just a seller of weapons in this, which I'm not all the way happy with. But, I mean, hey, it's way better than the position we were in with Biden.
And so we'll see. Well, I don't know. I might have to speak to Russia, to be honest with you, about Tomahawks. Do they want to have Tomahawks going in their direction? I don't think so. I think I might speak to Russia about that, in all fairness. I told that to President Zelensky because Tomahawks are a new step of aggression. Right? You understand that very well.
Are you
Okay?
saying that you will speak to Putin first about
And I
Tomahawks?
might talk to him. I might say, look, if this war's not going to get settled, I'm going to send him Tomahawks. I may say that. The Tomahawk is an incredible weapon. Very offensive weapon. And honestly, Russia does not need that. They don't need that. Yeah, I might tell them that if the war is not settled, that we may very well do it. We may not, but we may do it. I think it's appropriate to bring up. Yeah, I want to see the war settled. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Tell them to be honest and not honest.
Hey, sir, talk to Caroline. She'll vouch for him. Thank you.
Thanks, President.
Thank you.
My
All
first
right.
time on the
Thank
plane.
you. Oh, really?
Yeah, pretty much Politico. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Politico do not serve Trump any good coverage. I mean, probably not one time, to be quite honest with you. Not Politico, but oh man, when something goes wrong, they'll be the first to cover it. So I can see why he doesn't like Politico so much. All right, guys, let's get into JD's Vance appearance on, what was it? I think it was Meet the Press.
And joining me now is the Vice President of the United States, JD Vance. Mr. Vice President, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good morning, Kristen. Thanks for having me.
Well, it is good to have you on this monumental Sunday, Mr. Vice President. Let's start right there with the peace agreement in the Middle East. President Trump said this week, quote, "We have ended the war in Gaza." Mr. Vice President, do you see this moment as an end to the war in Gaza?
Well, I do, Kristen. We're going to have to do a lot of work to make sure that it stays ended. But I also have to give your network a little bit of grief, Kristen, because last night I was watching NBC. They were covering this, and they mentioned that during a rally last night in Israel, when Steve Witkoff, our great special envoy, mentioned Bibi Netanyahu, the crowd booed. But the broadcast didn't mention that when Steve Witkoff mentioned President Trump, the crowd actually cheered. And why is that, Kristen? Why did the crowd cheer? Because this moment came from very, very deliberate and consequential diplomacy from the president and the entire administration.
And the reason why the people of Israel was kind of sour with Bibi is because, well, they didn't feel like Bibi cared about the hostages. They also felt like his reckless bombing of Gaza put the hostages in danger. And then also there was also news that, Hamas was trying to get back the hostages 2 days after October 7th if Israel didn't go in. But, Bibi said, F that, we're going in. So there's also that as well.
The reason why we are at this moment, Kristen, is because the President of the United States, he gave unusual authorities to people who had never been in diplomacy before. He actually broke the mold. Instead of doing diplomacy the same old way that it had failed for the past 30 or 40 years, he gave Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner a remarkable amount of authority to go and get a peace deal done. And he worked hard on everybody from the Israelis to the Gulf Arab states to make this happen. This was very hard. This was a long time coming. It required a lot of work. But yes, I believe that we are on the cusp of peace in Gaza for the first time, not just in a couple of years, but really in a very long time, because the President of the United States has done something that no other world leader has been able to do: unite the Israelis with the Gulf Arab states for a common objective, and that is to bring the hostages home, to stop the war, and to build the kind of long-term settlement that we really do believe can lead to a lasting peace.
And of course, we have covered every twist and turn of these negotiations extensively. I do want to ask you about this historic next step, Mr. Vice President, that we are anticipating, the release of the hostages. Can you tell me exactly when are the hostages going to be released? When will we see them?
Well, it really should be any moment now, Kristen. The President of the United States is planning to travel to the Middle East to greet the hostages Monday morning Middle Eastern time, which should be late, Sunday night or very early Monday morning here in the United States.
Which is today.
So you can't say exactly the moment they will be released, but we have every expectation. That's why the president is going, that he will be greeting the hostages early next week. It's a monumental thing. It's great, of course, for their families. But I really do think that it shows what happens when you go outside the traditional.
Like I said, they're already releasing release videos of hostages and all that good stuff. Here's one right here. There's one hostage release video.
Good luck. No. Bye bye, shukran. Bye bye. We go home. Bye. Masalama.
Now, ignore the laughing and smiling. I mean, they're supposed to be tortured victims, right? Right. So let's get back to the show.
Failed diplomatic routes, and actually try something new. It's kind of crazy to me, Kristen, that for our entire history, we've never had a president who's been willing to sit down both with the Gulf Arab states and the Israelis to try to tap some unconventional people to just get a deal done. And I think Americans should be proud of the entire administration. They should be proud of their country because we've worked so hard to make peace in the Middle East happen, and we are right on the cusp of bringing these hostages home. It'll be a great moment for our country, a great moment for the world. But I really do think the lesson here is that Donald Trump refused to go down the failed traditional diplomatic pathway. He cut his own Trump diplomatic pathway, and because of that, it was successful.
Let me ask you about what we can anticipate from the United States. NBC News is reporting that the U.S. military is preparing options to deploy as many as 200 troops to Israel to support the flow of humanitarian aid and security assistance into Gaza.
And people said this might leave us open for a false flag. You know, IDF takes out a American soldier. They blame it on Hamas. Now America wants to get involved to avenge a fallen soldier. And then we all get caught up in the BS. So, you know, there's been that spreading around. But like I said, though, you know, we like to keep things positive around here to pretty much go there to make sure that everything goes accordingly, because apparently we can't leave things up to the IDF because, you know, they do something, they'll hit you with the, oh, yeah, we'll get back to you. And, you know, you're still waiting for the get back.
Can you guarantee that no U.S. troops will ever be sent directly into Gaza, Mr. Vice President?
Yeah, Kristen, so that report actually missed something. We're not planning to put boots on the ground. What we already have is a U.S. Central Command. We already have people in that region of the world. They're going to monitor the terms of the ceasefire. They're going to monitor, ensure the humanitarian aid is flowing. They actually confirmed yesterday that Israel pulled back to the agreed upon lines, which of course is the first condition. The second condition, or the second term, is for the hostages to be released. So we have people in that region of the world who are going to monitor parts of this peace proposal, but the president is not planning to put boots on the ground in Israel.
What about Gaza? Will U.S. troops ever be sent into Gaza? Just yes or no?
That's what I mean, Kristen. He is not planning to put boots on the ground in Gaza or Israel.
Okay.
We're going to have Central Command troops that are already there that are going to monitor this peace proposal. But we've actually had, and this is one of the great successes of the president's diplomacy,
troops
from
that are
Indonesia to...
I mean, dog, we have like troops that are there that are, I mean, extremely Zionist. I mean, even the U.S. veterans said that there were guys that were in the U.S. military that was over there doing work for the IDF, and they're talking about, why are you trying to feed the enemy? So I don't know about that, Vance. That's a little shaky. I think we need to bring some, you know, fresh boots over there just in case.
To the Gulf Arab states, we've had a number of Muslim majority countries offer to step up and have them put troops on the ground to secure Gaza. It's not going to be necessary for American troops to be in Gaza.
Okay, I do want to turn to the big news here back at home, the ongoing government shutdown. I want to play you a little bit of what President Trump had to say about shutdowns past when Barack Obama was president. Take a look.
If there is a shutdown, I think it would be a tremendously negative mark on the President of the United States.
They're not going to be talking who the head of the House was, the head of the Senate. I really think the pressure is on the President.
If you were president, what would you do?
Well, very simply, you have to get everybody in a room. You have to be a leader. The President has to lead. You have to get the people in a room, and you have to get a deal.
Mr. Vice President, by President Trump's own calculus, the pressure is on him to get everyone into a room and get a deal, is it not?
Well, if you were being honest, and I mean, let's be quite honest, that was propaganda. I mean, let's be real. That was just Trump's fueling heat on Obama. Just so it's almost like Schumer is using Trump's strategy, and it is kind of funny because it's like, well, hey, fair is fair, guys. Fair is fair. But if you keep the argument consistent, then yeah, the GOP was the reason the government shut down, because they were the one demanding things on the CR bill back in 2011. So it goes to show right now that, hey, since the Dems are down to demanding party and they want to add things to the CR bill or take away things, now they're the demanding party. Now it's on them. So, and let's be real. Y'all can't keep using this excuse of that, oh, the Republicans control the House or the Senate. No, we have majority ruling. We just need 5 Democratic votes, 5. That shows that we have majority ruling, not complete control, or we wouldn't be talking to them. Like, let's be real. Like, why would Hakeem Jeffrey and Chuck Schumer show up if we just have complete control?
Well, Kristen, I
But
wouldn't focus on the political
smart though.
pressure to get a deal. We really don't care what the poll numbers say.
But what about what President Trump
is what's
said?
good for the
What
American
about what
people.
Mr. Trump said? His own words.
Well, Kristen, the president was talking.
Honestly, I would just say, all right, let's be real, sis. Donald Trump and Barack Obama has hated each other for a while. Actually, Donald Trump, Barack Obama was beefing before Trump even became president. Like, Obama was grilling this man, Trump, in front of his face, in front of everybody. These guys have been beefing for a minute. Every time Barack Obama was looking bad, Donald Trump took a time to relish in it. So, I don't know. I mean, I'd have to just call it like that. Like, that man was willing to say anything at that point to make Obama look bad. I'll have to admit that one. I mean, politics, it's politics.
Back then when Barack Obama was president about the political realities, we are focused now on the governing realities because we're in power and we're trying to make the American people's government work for the American people, despite the fact that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have shut down the government. Yeah. We have to step back and remember, Kristen, that there is a clean bill to open the United States government. The vast majority of Republicans and even a few moderate Democrats voted to open the government, but it's Chuck Schumer and the far left of Senate Democrats who have prevented this government from reopening. When you talk about negotiation, we're happy to.
And that's the thing. Like I said, it's the demanding party. And I mean, that's what, honestly, like I said, Trump was just trying to low-key be a thorn in Obama's side because the GOP was a demanding party back then. They were the ones trying to add and subtract things from the CR bill, and they were shutting the government down over it. They were the demanding party. They didn't want to let it go. That's what happens when you're a demanding party. You got to take blame for it. Just like Trump took blame for it being the demanding party, wanting a wall. He took blame for it that time. Actually, if anything, Trump did kind of stick to his word at that time. But here's the problem now. They're not the demanding party. It's the Dems who are the demanding party. They want the extension of Obamacare healthcare subsidies, which has already been done. The Republicans already came out and said, cool, we'll give you that 1-year extension. Now they don't really even care about that. Now it's about reversing the big beautiful bill Medicaid cuts. And they know that's not happening. Actually, they're not even willing to negotiate on it, like in between.
Negotiate about any matter. We're happy to talk about healthcare policy, but not while the government is being held hostage, Christian. This is not abstract. This is not something that's pie in the sky. There are low-income women and children who will not get the food benefits they need to feed their families unless we reopen the government. We're trying to figure out how to pay our troops in the midst of this shutdown to keep our country safe and to make sure that our troops get their payments. We have got to reopen the government, and the president is committed to this. In fact, we've got a bill in the House that already passed the House. We want to make sure that that bill passes the Senate, but not so long as Chuck Schumer allows the entire country to be hijacked by a few far left senators.
Mr. Vice President, we still have a lot to get to. You are in power, and the administration has begun layoffs of thousands of federal workers. And yet during the 2019 shutdown under the...
Yeah, I know. That's Trump cutting out the bureaucracy, trying to cut out the deep state. So, hey, we'll see how that goes.
First Trump administration, which lasted 35 days, no federal workers were laid off. Why are these firings necessary?
Well, I just think it shows the different priorities of Democrats and Republicans in the midst of these shutdowns. You really have to ask yourself, who do we care more about? Federal bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., or low-income women getting the food benefits they deserve, our troops getting the payment they need, flood insurance across the Southeast in the midst of hurricane season.
But laying people off is a priority?
Lay off some federal workers. Kristen, if you...
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Trump did say he was going to use, what was it? He was going to use tariff revenue for the WIC program, which was a pretty popular thing. Everybody was like, yeah, go ahead and do that while the government shut down, and also point the fingers at the Dems at the same time. I mean, it's great marketing.
You would let me finish. We have to lay off some federal workers in the midst of this shutdown to preserve the essential benefits for the American people that the government does provide. So we don't want to be in this situation. We don't want to be laying off federal workers.
JD, come on,
but the
bro.
Democrats have shut down the government. They have forced
JD, come on, man. All right. I know we can't say what it is, but yeah, they're trying to gut out all the bureaucracy in the deep state, and they're trying to get out all the Democrat bureaucrats who hold up policies that they don't like, or they slow roll them, or they misallocate money. Yeah, we're coming after those guys. And now that the government's been shut down, Trump can now do it freely. Now, he can't be upfront with his ambition, but I mean, hey, that's why you got guys like J.D. Vance who can make it sound nice.
us to choose between
politics
between American citizens and federal bureaucrats. We're choosing the benefits, the critical services that benefit our American citizens.
All right, almost out of time. A couple more questions left, though. Let me ask you, of course, there's a major legal battle underway about the administration's deployment of the National Guard. It does come as NBC News is reporting that the administration has been seriously discussing invoking the Insurrection Act. That would give the president the power to direct federal troops to conduct law enforcement functions in the case of a national emergency. Is that the case? Are you seriously considering invoking the Insurrection Act?
Well, the president's looking at all of his options. Right now, he hasn't felt he needed to, but we have to remember, why are we talking about this, Kristen? Because crime has gotten out of control in our cities, because our ICE agents, the people who are enforcing our immigration laws, have faced a 1,000% increase in violent attacks against them. We have people right now who are going out there, who are doing the job the president asked them to do, who are enforcing our immigration laws. They're being assaulted, they're being beaten, they're being shot at. The problem here is not the Insurrection Act or whether we actually invoke it or not. The problem is the fact that the entire media in this country, cheered on by a few far-left lunatics, have made it okay to tee off on American law enforcement. We cannot accept that in the United States of America. We want everybody, black or white, rich or poor, to be safe in the United States of America. But to do that, we have to empower our law enforcement.
Actually, well, now that I look it up, no, Trump could fund it. Trump could fund the WIC program. I mean, if he solely just went after the Food and Nutrition Service, they only spent about $147 billion last year. And that was like net federal expenditures on nutrition assistance programs. So if he was to allocate some of that $200 billion over there, I mean, just half of it, then yeah, he would be able to pay for all the WIC program for the rest of the year. And actually, he wouldn't even have to pay for the rest of for the entire year. He just have to pay for the next 2 months. And I mean, that's not going to be no $1 trillion. I mean, Lord knows that's not going to be it. So yeah, he could definitely take tariffs and fund the entire food program if he wanted to. I mean, SNAP benefits, we spend like $100 billion on that. He got $200 billion right now. I mean, he could do it for the entire year if he really wanted to.
Enforcement agents to
Mr.
keep
Vice
us safe.
President.
That's what we're talking about doing.
Oh, and about ICE and about this whole Insurrection Act thing, here's a problem with that. They kind of do have some grounds on that, because when you try to set up an ICE-free zone, or when you threaten to set up an ICE-free zone like Mayor Johnson did, that's basically going against federal law, and the government can uphold federal law in a state. I mean, they can definitely send in the troops. I mean, Eisenhower did it, JFK did it to enforce desegregation. So yeah, the government definitely can get involved if a state is resisting federal law, or to execute federal law, or is not helping to assist in upholding federal law.
Couple of points here. First of all, an Illinois judge said that state and local authorities have been able to handle protest activity, that ICE, that other federal agencies have been able to continue to do their work. Crime is down in both Chicago and Portland, but is there a rebellion here? That's what would trigger an Insurrection Act. Is it imminent?
Kristen, crime is down in Chicago.
If they set up that ICE-free zone, that would basically be a rebellion. You're basically just cutting out a part of America and saying that, yes, you can come into this zone right here and be illegals, and you'll be protected by who? Chicago Police Department? I mean, isn't that pretty damn wild? Should we allow that to happen? Of course not. That's why we need to bring in the troops.
In Portland, often because they're so overwhelmed at the local level, they're not even keeping the statistics properly. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had an ICE office get shot at by a far-left assassin who was trying to kill our law enforcement officers. He fortunately didn't kill law enforcement officers. He did kill some other innocent people in the process. We cannot allow the far left in this country to tee off on our law enforcement officers. We've got to do something about it. And that's all the president's talking about. I mean, there are places in Chicago, Kristen, where people are afraid to take their children. They're afraid to go out of their houses for fear of gun violence, for fear of gang drive-by shootings. That's not okay in the United States of America. The president just wants people to be kept safe, and we're exploring everything that we can do to make sure that the American people are safe in their own country.
Mr. Vice President, we are almost out of time, about 30 seconds left.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase says, what up, everyone? Hey, shout out to my man Fox Chase. How you been?
Of course, NBC News is covering and has confirmed that President Trump's social media post last month calling for his Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute his political opponents James Comey, Letitia James, and Adam Schiff was actually meant to be a private message. Both Comey and James have now been indicted. Is the Department of Justice acting on orders from the president to prosecute his political opponents with the final 30 seconds we have left?
No, we're driven by the law and the facts of the case. I think if you look at
hey, if Comey's innocent, and, he didn't lie to Congress, or he didn't intentionally lie to Congress, because he's going to always say he was working with the information that he had at the time. I mean, that is a reasonable argument. Now, obstructing justice, we'll see if they can catch him on that one. But, hey, innocent till proven guilty, right? Right.
The fact that a far left
Letitia James on mortgage fraud, well, we'll see how that goes for her. I mean, right now is looking pretty damning, but we'll see.
And jury in a far left area indicted Letitia James and James Comey. If you look at the fact that James Comey obviously lied under oath, Letitia James obviously committed mortgage fraud, what we're doing is letting the law drive the prosecution decisions in the Department of Justice. You know who we haven't prosecuted? Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton.
Okay,
unlike Biden's Department of Justice, Kristen, which actually went after Donald Trump in the midst of an election, we are not doing that. We are letting the law drive these decisions. That's exactly as it should be.
Mr. Vice President, just staying on this president, though, my question for you, is the appearance of pressure a problem? The fact that he has publicly called for these indictments and now they have happened, does that not blur the lines?
No, Kristen.
No, not really. One, fair is fair. Two, look, y'all did the same thing to this man, and now y'all crying that it's happening to some of your guys on a reasonable stance. And here's the thing. Trump went through court. He got found guilty of some things. He went to appeal, and now those felonies are falling off. So why can't Comey do the same? Let him go through the court system. If he's innocent, hey, it's all good. If he's not, then we told you so. But hey, that's just how I feel about it.
I think that we continue to allow the law to drive these decisions. If the law didn't necessitate an investigation and a prosecution in this case, it wouldn't happen. Of course, the president is allowed to have opinions about the law enforcement of the federal government. He is the chief executive officer of the federal government. Him having opinions doesn't mean that we prosecute people unless we have the legal justification to do so. That is the guiding light of the Trump administration's Department of Justice. Did somebody break the law? If so, we're going to prosecute them.
All right, we covered a lot of ground today. Vice President J.D. Vance, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
But all right, now let's get into, J.D. Vance had quite the media run, like I said. The man did like 4 interviews in one day. So let's get over to him on Face the Nation.
We begin today with Vice President J.D. Vance, who joins us from Cincinnati this morning. Good morning to you, Mr. Vice President.
Good morning, Margaret. Thanks for having me.
We are getting very close to that 72-hour deadline for the hostage release. I think the world is holding its breath here. Is the administration seeing signs that Hamas and Israel are complying with everything they need to and that this will go ahead?
Yes, Margaret. So knock on wood, but we feel very confident the hostages will be released and that the president is actually traveling to the Middle East likely this evening in order to meet them and greet them in person. It's a big day for their families, but I think more importantly, it's a big day for the entire world. The President of the United States set to his entire diplomatic team, especially Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, to go and get a deal done, to stop the war in Gaza, to begin to rebuild Gaza so the population could live there in peace and prosperity, to actually eliminate the threat of terrorism to our friends in Israel, which is very, very important, and also to bring the hostages home alive. It was a very tall task. He pursued a very non-traditional diplomacy with people who were not 40-year diplomats, but people who brought a fresh perspective to it. And of course, the president was criticized for it. The diplomatic team was criticized for it. But I think that because he chose a different pathway, he didn't just do what everybody else in the past had done.
And all right, guys, if I could take a quick little comedic interlude, just for a funny clip, because you know me, I love the funny clips. All right, guys, let's get into Senor Vance. Shout out Senor Vance.
To my illegal alien amigos in the city of El Chicago, please go back to your casita. El Governor Pritzker es mucho retardo. He can't protecto you. If you stay in El Chicago, you will be arrestido and deporto back to your shitholio. Gracias, amigos. Oh, and when you come back legally, make sure you el voto for El JD Vanso. Muchas gracias.
Hey, muchas gracias.
We're now on the cusp of a sustainable peace in the Middle East. It's a great moment.
Muchas gracias.
Those are some very ambitious plans in phase 2, in particular, of this deal. Let me ask you about some of the details, because the administration has pledged about 200 U.S. troops from Central Command to be part of implementing this deal. They're not going to be in Gaza, but how long will they be involved here? And more broadly, is the Trump administration fully committed to keeping the pressure on? Because those things you just mentioned aren't going to happen overnight in terms of dismantling Hamas and building towards a stable Gaza.
You're exactly right, Margaret. It is going to take consistent leverage and consistent pressure from the President of the United States on down. I know the President is very committed to doing that. But you asked about the 200 troops from Central Command. I think you put it accurately. These are not troops who are going to be put in Gaza, but they're troops who are already at Central Command. They've been at that base for many, many years, and they're going to help monitor and mediate this peace. Inevitably, there are going to be conflicts here. There are going to be things that the people in Gaza disagree with Israel about, that the Israelis disagree with the Gulf Arab states about. We see our role really as mediating some of those disputes and ensuring that the pressure stays on everybody to achieve a durable and lasting peace. One of the underreported elements of this deal, Margaret, is that the president convinced the entire Muslim world, really, both the Gulf Arab states, but as far in
with the promise, he convinced the entire Arab world with the promise that, you know what, we're going to set up a way for Palestinians to govern themselves and police themselves without Israel's involvement. We're going to try to get them to actually withdraw out of Gaza and not control their infrastructure and airspace. And yeah, we're going to work towards that. But for now, we'll have the temporary board of peace and the international stabilization force. So let's see where this goes.
Southeast Asia as Indonesia to really step up and provide ground troops so that Gaza could be secured in safety. And that actually makes it possible to rebuild. It makes it possible to dismantle those terrorist networks. It makes it possible to ensure that lasting peace that all of us care so much about. So we think that the Arab countries, the Muslim majority countries, are going to step up in a big way with troops on the ground. We're going to continue to play our mediation role. And I think that's a very, very good place for all of us to be. It's been successful thus far. And of course, we're going to work to make it as successful all the way through as we can.
A big picture, though, when it comes to American security. You said back in July that you'd seen what you called heartbreaking images of little kids who are clearly starving to death in Gaza, and that, quote, Israel's got to do more to let that aid in. Are you concerned that even if, God willing, this war ends, America's security has been endangered by this perception that America has been okay with Israel and in support of it, despite conduct that clearly you and the president didn't agree with?
Well, look, as the president said, you have to remember the war started because of a brutal terrorist attack on Israeli soil, and we've been laser focused on eliminating the terrorist threat to the Israelis while also ensuring that the innocent people in Gaza get the necessary humanitarian aid. That's a difficult balance to strike. But I think if you look at the dancing in the street in Gaza, if you look at the way that the Gulf Arab states, really the entire Muslim world, but also you look at how the Israelis responded. They were cheering at the mention of President Trump's name yesterday in a massive rally in Israel. This is one of those peace deals where Muslims and
hey, shout out Asher Rose. She ain't had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. Appreciate the support, sis.
and Jews and Christians all seem unified, that it's a really good thing for the world. It's a really good thing for humanity. And it happened because of President Trump's leadership. So I actually think this peace deal will make us safer. I'm sure there are going to be some hard feelings from the last couple of years of war. There always are. But if we can build a sustainable peace, Margaret, I am 100% sure Americans will be safer because of it.
Let me ask you about what's happening here at home, or perhaps not happening, when it comes to negotiations to reopen the government. There were more than 4,000 layoff notices, called RIFs, or reduction in force announcements, that went out Friday to workers across 7
I know it's a crazy day in the world where you can get Hamas to give up hostages before you can get the government to open up, or get the Democrats to open up the government. Like I said, man, we just need 5 signatures. So, Dems, man, if you hear me, we just need 5 signatures, man. We got Fetterman. We just need the rest of y'all to tag along. And we're in good standing. Look, ignore AOC, ignore Jasmine Crockett. Don't let yourself be cucked by the radical left women, and open up the government. Please and thank you.
Different agencies, including Treasury and Health and Human Services. Take a listen to how the president.
And shout out to my man Anonymous. He said, God bless America and its people. Hey, I love that one. Hey, shout out to my man Anonymous.
President described this.
We'll be cutting some very popular Democrat programs that aren't popular with Republicans, frankly, because that's the way it works. They wanted to do this, so we'll give them a little taste of their own medicine.
How are you deciding who gets laid off?
Well, the main thing that we're focused on, Margaret, is ensuring essential services remain open. And obviously, in a government shutdown, we have limited funds to work with because the appropriations that keep the government running have not been made. That's thanks to Chuck Schumer and the Democrats. So we're trying to do everything that we can to ensure that low-income women and children get the food services that they need. We're trying to make sure that we...
Oh, and shout out Asher Rose. She says, keep up the super chats. I want to go live tonight. I didn't even know you could send like $3. Shout out. Huh.
Pay our troops because that matters for national security. We also want our people to get their paychecks. That's where we've been focused. And unfortunately, what that does mean, Margaret, is that some federal bureaucrats are going to have to get laid off. This is not a situation that we're excited about. We want the government to reopen, but Chuck Schumer and the Democrats decided to shut down the government, and we have to deal with the consequences in the administration. So that's what we're doing.
No, they don't want to get laid off. They want to replace some of bureaucrats who are actually, one, going to do their job and not try to slow roll policy. And 2, who's not going to misallocate money to slow roll policy and try to slow roll policy of the Trump administration. So that's what they're really trying to do. And they're framing it as, well, we're trying to save money. But guess what? I'll be honest with you. Hey, it makes sense. I mean, I'm be honest with you. It makes sense, but let's be real. They are kind of hiding their intentions. I mean, as soon as Trump posts that little, the Reaper, as soon as he posts a little Reaper AI generated clip, yeah, I kind of knew what it was from right there. I was like, yeah, y'all done left this man open to gut out all the bureaucrats he wants. And the Democrats gave it to him. Even he said, I can't believe the Dems gave me this wonderful opportunity. And if Trump's such a bad guy, then why'd you give him such a wonderful opportunity?
Well, these aren't furloughs. These are notifications of being laid off, of losing their jobs. That's why it's a little different this time. And specifically, when it comes to what's happening within the health sector, CBS did confirm on Saturday that the Trump administration went and rescinded some of the layoffs of hundreds of CDC scientists who were mistakenly laid off on Friday and then told Saturday that's not the case. But some of them were involved with the federal measles response. Some of them were involved with the response on Ebola. How does a mistake... Oh,
shout out to Asher Rose. She says, getting closer, and appreciate the support, sis, because she's coming in again. Hashtag not one step back. I mean, exactly.
Mistake like this happen? Did the White House even talk to the CDC?
Well, so two responses to that, Margaret. First of all, I want to assure the American people that the frontline healthcare workers, the people who monitor measles, Ebola, and other infectious diseases, those people are still on the job, and we're trying very hard to figure out how to ensure those people get a paycheck, of course, because we want them to be happy and healthy. We want them to be able to do their jobs well. But the second point, Margaret, is the government shutdown inevitably leads to some chaos. We are figuring out how to take money from some areas and give it to other areas. That chaos is because Schumer and the far left Democrats shut down the government. We have to remember, Margaret, that the vast majority of Republicans, and to their great credit, a number of moderate Democrats have consistently voted to reopen the government. But if Chuck Schumer and the far left Senate Democrats are going to shut down the government, that is going to lead to some chaos. So you ask,
Shout out Vladstein. He says, "Don't look up Morning Glory milking farm, ladies. Gonna goon to the weirdest shit, man. Whoa. Well.
Emotional damage.
Well. Okay. Like one of these moments. Okay.
How does this mistake happen? It happened because
Shout
Chuck
out
Schumer
Vlad.
shut down the government, and we're trying to make sure that essential services still function in the face of that shutdown.
But that was a White House decision to lay off these individuals. You heard the president talking about that. That wasn't Chuck Schumer's decision. I understand your broader point on the negotiations, but the layoffs came from the president and the White House.
But my point is, Margaret, that we have to do layoffs because we have to preserve necessary resources to do the most critical things that the government does. And in that phase, you're going to have some chaos. You're going to lay off people, frankly, Margaret, that the White House doesn't want to lay off. We would like to reopen the government and ensure these essential services stay on. But unfortunately, in an environment where we're dealing with limited resources, where the government is shut down, we've got to move some things around. And in that moving things around, there is some chaos. There is some.
And shout out Tove with Vlad. Hell no. Oh. Yeah, I know. You threw me off with that when I was. And then somebody said, what was it? Female animal corn? I'm like, bro, Satan? Like, bro, what type of evil, demonic female animal? You know what? Can't even do it. Can't even do it.
Unpredictability, but we're trying to do
can't even comment further on that one
with the hand of cards that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have dealt us. That's our solemn promise, and that's our duty to the American people. But there's going to be chaos. That's why we want to open the government. That's why we want the Democrats to accept that the government should be open.
But are you confident that these job cuts are legal, that these reductions in force during a shutdown are going to withstand legal scrutiny, given that some unions are saying this is a violation of the Anti-Deficiency Act?
Well, we are confident, Mark.
I actually got to read this shit. But shout out Vladstein. He says, ladies fantasizing about blowing a Minotaur cow.
Oh, hell no. What did he say?
Yeah, what did I just have to say? And yeah, shout out shout out Tove because yeah.
Nigga, you gay.
But all right, no, let's get back to it.
Margaret, of course, we always follow the law and we always follow court cases. And we think that we have the authority to do what we need to do. I'm sure that some people will sue and that will get figured out in court. But the reality is, we have to remember, why are we in this situation, Margaret? All these conversations about whether it's a temporary layoff or a permanent layoff, we're dealing with a terrible, chaotic situation because Chuck Schumer and a few...
I don't know, temporary layoff is kind of grimy, though. It's like, I'm a temporary lay you off, bring you back, just so I don't got to give you back pay. That's kind of effed up. I hope they don't do that to them. That's effed up. You might as well just let them be fired forever if that's the case. Like, don't even do them like that. And shout out Tove. He's like, you killed it. Said, hey, I appreciate that, Tove. Appreciate it.
Far left Democrats decided to shut down the government. If they just joined with the moderate Democrats and the vast majority of Republicans, we can open up the government and all of these conversations will no longer be necessary.
When I pressed Leader Schumer on this program just last Sunday about this, about reopening the government, he said it's going to take getting everyone in the same room with the president of the United States. Only the 5 people, including the president, he said, can solve it. Why doesn't the president insist that lawmakers come back to Washington, sit with him, and talk this through?
Well, as Chuck Schumer said, it's not all lawmakers.
What is there to talk through? I thought they wanted the health care premium. I thought they wanted Obamacare subsidies. We said we're going to extend that. Now they're saying, no, we want it to be permanent. Not only that, we want to have $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years in Medicaid spending. I mean, what's there to negotiate with these people? There's no middle ground with them. It's like, hey, you're going to do what we say, or we're just going to shut the government down and then point fingers at you. And you know we got the base blind enough to do so, so play with us. And that's what the Dems are coming with right now. That's the strategy. And somewhat working. I'll admit, somewhat working.
It's the Senate leadership that really is driving this shutdown. The House has already passed a bill to reopen the government. It's the Senate. And again, it's a far left sort of contingent of Senate Democrats.
But the president says he's a deal maker.
Keeping the government
Why doesn't
shut
he
down.
enforce a deal here? Why doesn't he tell Republicans, like the speaker, get your lawmakers back here, come into my office, let's hammer this thing out?
Nope.
Margaret, it's a totally fair question, and the answer is...
I mean, I would tell her, well, tell the Dems to get their argument straight. Tell them what they really want, because they said it was Obamacare healthcare subsidies, and that ain't it. Because the Republicans gave it to them, and they still didn't sign on. So what is it really? They need to be honest with the American people about that, instead of just trying to say Trump bad. And shout out Jack. He said, did Vladstein find Antifa corn stash or something? I know, right? I'm just like... well, where are you getting this from? Because wait, what? But shout out my man Vladstein. He said blame shoe on head for bringing it up. Well, he did say something about it, but I hope it was going to be like deaded after that. But you know, you guys, of course, like Vladstein just could not let it go. Just couldn't do it. And shout out Fox Chase. He's like, I'm curious on how Vladstein knows this, you know? Me too, brother. But all right, guys, let's get right back to it.
Is because this isn't a deal making, this isn't a negotiation, this is hostage shaking. The Chuck Schumer has not said to us, this is what we need. He said that unless you give us what we need, we're going to shut down the government. That is a totally different thing. If Chuck Schumer wants to come into the Oval Office or come to my house, he is welcome to talk about how to fix healthcare policy for Americans. Of course, we want to lower insurance premiums. We want to make sure that the skyrocketing healthcare costs of the Biden administrations start to level off and hopefully come down. That's one conversation. But you don't come into the Oval Office and say, unless you, the President of the United States, give us everything that I want, I'm going to shut down the government. I'm going to deny.
Yeah, let's be real. They talk about negotiating in good faith, Hakeem Jeffries, but then they have such a hardline position. It's like, yeah, you do what we say or else we won't open up the government. We won't give you y'all 5 votes. It's like you add 1.5 trillion to Medicaid over the next 10 years or else we won't open the government. That's their stance. They're not negotiating in good faith. Negotiating in good faith would be, look, Trump, you took off $930 billion over the next 10 years. So let's reduce that to like, I don't know, maybe like 830, you know, give a little bit back, not the whole damn thing. Like, come on, guys. Like, let's talk about real negotiating when you gotta meet in the middle somewhere and not just hard line all the way on your side. Like, it don't work like that. And you can't say they're negotiating in good faith if that's the case.
Low-income women and children their food benefits. I'm not going to pay the troops. That is what Chuck Schumer has put us in the situation of doing. We don't negotiate with a person who has taken the entire federal government hostage over a health care policy dispute. And I think that basic principle, you saw Barack Obama say this to Ted Cruz and a number of Republicans. We want to talk about health care policy, but we're not going to shut down.
And shout out to my man Vlad, because he said, man, bitch, please. All right. Hey, man, Vlad said, he's like, look, man, I fell down the wrong rabbit hole, man. And hey, I thought I would just share my discoveries with you guys. And you know what, Vlad, we appreciate you for sharing, but
on the government over this. That's all that Donald Trump is now saying to Chuck Schumer and the far left Democrats. We are not going to negotiate over opening the government. We'll negotiate on health care policy, but only once you do your job and open up the people's government.
Okay, just a quick follow there, though. What is your vision for that health care policy? Do you want these tax credits to fade out over time, extend them, and then fade them out? Are you open to making them permanent?
Well, the tax credits go to some people deservedly.
Yeah, and that's how they moved the goalpost. It went from, oh, we need an extension on Obama healthcare subsidies to, well, now that the Republicans gave the 1-year extension, now they're talking about, no, we actually need them to be permanent. We want to be permanent because, well, apparently they don't want the Republicans to ever touch Obamacare, and because they don't believe that anything is better or we can't do anything better than Obamacare because, you know, Saint Obama just knows what's best. And, you know, speaking of Saint Obama, he had quite the speech, quite the little 1-minute speech, the bastard. Well, I mean, our, you know, saintly president. But yeah, let's go over to his nice little 1-minute speech on, you know, what was it? Former President Barack Obama just sent an announcement to warn Americans about the current rise of authoritarianism and the dangers of conservative voters and their beliefs. I mean, crazy, but, you know, let's hear him out. You know, he might be cooking.
Like many of you, I've become increasingly concerned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe. We're seeing politicians target civil society, undermine freedom of the press, weaponize the justice system. And no one is being spared. Even countries that thought they were immune from wholesale assaults on democracy now understand we're all part of this struggle. That's an enormous challenge, but it also means we can learn from each other. I recently sat down with 3 leaders who are part of the Obama Foundation's alumni network to discuss their work in Hungary and Poland, 2 countries on the leading edge of confronting autocracy. People like Stefania, Sandor, and Susanna, they give me hope. And it's why a big part of our mission here at the Foundation is to connect, inspire, and empower leaders like them. All 3 of you have been fighting the good fight and rising up in the face of significant challenges to try to strengthen democracy. And so you're setting an example for all of us in the United States, here in the UK.
Democracy is something to be practiced regularly. We need people to be engaged and to be empowered for them to feel the ownership of the country, that it's theirs, and not to give it away to someone.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what they pretty much got to say right now. I know. Shout out Barry for coming out and gracing us with his words. You know, Saint Obama, who walks down from the political heavens to offer us words of wisdom. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
And we think the tax credits actually go to a lot of waste and fraud within the insurance industry. So we want to make sure that the tax credits go to the people who need them. We also think that Obamacare gave the health insurance industry a lot of ridiculous regulations that if we cut out, we could give people access to better health care at a lower cost. That's what we're working on.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to show you like the last little part of that one. My bad. Forgot to show you this last little part. My mistake. He did have one little bit of it that I forgot to show y'all.
Hey guys, it's Barry. I've been hearing some rumors online regarding my wife's penis, and I just wanted to clear the air. Yes, my wife does have a penis. Yes, it's a bit long, and it does dangle when she dances. But just please stop calling her Big Mike. She really hates that shit. Okay?
Okay, guys. From President Obama, from Saint President Obama, she stopped calling her Big Mike. She don't like that shit. And he said, and he's axing. So, come on, maybe we can ease up a little bit.
Again, I think there's a lot of agreement, actually, Margaret. That's the crazy thing about this. There's a lot of willingness to negotiate, a lot of willingness to compromise from both the moderate Democrats and certainly from the White House. But if the far left Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, are going to shut down the government and refuse to open up the government unless they get everything they want, that's not a negotiation. That's a hostage taking, and we're not going to reward that kind of behavior.
Yeah, we're not. But I mean, hey, like I said, if they would have claimed they're arguing good faith, but I mean, it's the farthest from it, to be quite honest. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next interview with Vance. Because like I said, man, the man was everywhere today. Everywhere.
And joining me now this morning with more on the president's peace deal is Vice President J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, congratulations to you, President Trump, and the administration for this incredible deal.
Thank you, Maria. It's a great morning. It's a big deal for the country and just a great credit to the president and the entire team. So we're very excited about it. And look, knock on wood, but these hostages should be at home in the next 24 hours.
Well, that's what I want to ask you, because we are expecting the hostages to begin to get released today. When specifically would you expect that release to begin?
It's hard to say, Maria, because obviously this is a war zone. They have to locate the hostages. They have to gather them up. They have to take them to a safe place.
Hey, shout out to Vladstein says, the more you know. Sometimes, Vladstein, sometimes you don't need to know that much. But, I mean, yeah, you're right, man. Hey, bro, if you're pulling up in Minotaur costumes to get it on, I'm not even going to lie to you, bro. Like, you should look up a career in erotic novels. Hey, you might be able to come up with some fire there. Shout out to Vladstein. And shout out to Fox Chase. He says, the first video was AI. The second one was real. Hey, bro, shout out Fox Chase, because, all right, now, just to clarify, it's actually the other way around, but, Fox Chase.
And then transport them. So it's a little bit unpredictable, but we've been told to expect them by tomorrow Israel time, which of course would be early morning here in the United States. We'll see what happens, but the president is extremely confident these hostages are going to come home. He's actually flying to the Middle East later today so that he can welcome them in person. And Maria, one thing I have to say about the president's leadership style, about his diplomatic style, which of course has been criticized by much of the corporate media for a very long time, is it actually got results. And I think the story of how this historic peace deal came to fruition is that you had Secretary Rubio, you had Jared Kushner, you had Steve Witkoff, who were empowered by the President of the United States in very non-conventional ways to bring the Gulf Arab states and Israel to the table and really force them together to hammer out a peace deal. I take a special pride in Steve Witkoff, who was attacked mercilessly by the press. You know, he wasn't experienced. He wasn't a well-heeled diplomatic negotiator. Well, the fact that he brought a fresh set of eyes to this and the fact that he brought such great energy to it, I think is one of the reasons why we are at this moment where we can say we're on the cusp of a lasting peace. And the fact that President Trump didn't go down.
Hey, no, shout out to All right, she snapped on this one. Hussein, yes, Barack Hussein Obama needs to take care of his divorce before electing conservative. Miles, Mike Stick must not be good anymore. Mike Stick must not be good anymore. Hint, him jumping on Jen Ashton or Einstein? Oh, Aniston. Jen Aniston. Is Jen Aniston white? Because I ain't gonna lie, he did have a thing for the white girls, and of course, guys. Allegedly the letters that Obama wrote to his ex, about fantasizing with sleeping with guys, Hey, man, can never be me, but hey, write what you're passionate about, right? It's all about following your passions. Oof. Even if it leads to that. But shout out, man. Appreciate the support, Tove.
The failed pathway that every president of both parties had pursued is, again, why we are on the cusp of getting these hostages home. So it's an amazing thing, but I think that it shows the power of President Trump's non-conventional leadership style, and that's why we're here. I think the whole country, we should just be proud. We should be proud of this negotiating team. We should be proud of our country because these hostages are going to live their lives thanks to what the United States of America did.
Yeah, and we're hearing that mostly on both sides of the aisle.
I know who you're talking. Okay, I know you're talking about. Yeah, that seems right up his alley.
Actually, mostly. but let me get your take on what Hamas reportedly told Israel and the mediators, that they can't locate the deceased bodies. They're not sure. How will we locate those who are deceased, that they can't find the bodies? What is the effort there?
Well, I think we'll locate most of them. And obviously, I think especially for religious Jews, it really matters that they have those bodies back to give them a proper religious burial. So that matters a lot, of course, to us, of course, to everybody who cares about these hostages. I think the reality is that some of the hostages we may never get back, but I do think that most of them, with some effort, we'll be able to give them to their families so they at least have some closure. Our focus has been on the living hostages. Those are the people that we've been most focused on. But we do want to give these people the ability to have a proper burial with their loved ones who were murdered by brutal terrorists. And that matters to us. It matters to the families, and it will remain a focus, but it's going to take some time. And Maria, here's a guess. I can't say this with certainty because nobody can predict the future. I think that we will eventually get most of the bodies, but we won't get all of them.
I see. What are America's commitments post this war, Vice President Vance?
That's realistic, because I'm pretty sure Hamas has shared it with them. Like, yeah, some of the dead bodies we got, but some of them is buried under rubble or have probably been completely obliterated. So we don't really know what to tell you about those, but we'll try to get you what we can. So I'm pretty sure Hamas has relayed that to him, because even I was thinking about that. I'm like, I wonder how they're going to get the dead ones, because it's either, like I said, they probably did preserve some of the bodies, but then some of them is probably under rubble or been like completely destroyed to the point where it wouldn't be like no use, or you'd probably just get like an arm back or something. And Lord knows that's not how you want to get back your loved one. Like, come on now.
And I know that in the past, President Trump has talked a lot about developing the Gaza Strip. What are the commitments in place right now as far as America and the Gaza Strip?
Well, the only major commitment that we've made is that we're going to monitor this piece, and we're sort of we're the one party. The president of the United States, in particular, is the one person that everybody really trusts. And so the Gulf Arab states and the Israelis, they need a sort of, you know, an independent mediator to say whether the terms of the ceasefire are holding, to ensure that both the people in Gaza, but also the Israelis are actually living up to the terms of the deal. We're confident that's going to happen, but it's going to require some monitoring. I've seen some reporting, Maria, that suggests that you're going to have American boots on the ground in Gaza. That is not true. That is not the president's intention. What we are is going to use the troops that we already have at Central Command, and we've had these troops for many, many years. They're going to make sure that everybody's actually keeping up their terms of the deal. Meanwhile, and this is another great diplomatic breakthrough, Maria, is you've got Muslim-majority nations from all over the world, both the Arab nations, but also in Southeast Asia, like Indonesia. They're offering to put troops on the ground to ensure that Gaza is properly policed, that there's public safety. And of course, the Gulf Arab states, it's a beautiful part of the world. They want to rebuild Gaza so that everybody who lives there can have a safe and prosperous life. We're not there yet, but that's the sort of thing that peace unlocks, is that incredible prosperity that comes along with a real, durable, and lasting peace deal.
So beyond that, there's no.
And I think the word of peace is going in a good direction. Like I said, having it chaired by, well, Trump. I'm not sure about Tony Blair. Tony Blair, he has quite the, well, I would say I mean, let's be real with you. He has a terrible resume. When it comes to conflicts on well, globally or in geopolitics, he has a terrible record. So we'll just leave it at that. But as far as letting Arab nations leaders enter in, will get in on that board of peace, it does mean that there is a voice for the Palestinians, at least.
No further economic commitment from America to the region.
Well, I think that we're going to work with our Gulf Arab states. Most of the money is going to come from our Gulf Arab friends, and I'm sure some will come from the Israelis. This is actually not going to require many resources from the United States of America. What it will require is our constant supervision and our diplomatic engagement. That's what we're bringing to the table. But the resources are mainly going to come from the Gulf Arab states.
Well, what is the function of this Qatar facility? People are wondering, is this an air base? What is Qatar going to be developing in Idaho?
Yeah, I saw some reporting about this, Maria. I actually talked to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, this morning.
Well, as Laura Loomer was completely losing her mind all over, social media about it, it's not a Qatar military base. It's a facility, aka somewhere where they can stay at, eat at, while they train. Yes, while they train to fly the jets that they just bought from us. Yes, they bought the jets from us. They don't really know how to fly it, so they're going to bring their pilots over here. We're going to build a facility for them and let our guys train them, and then they go back home. All right, so that's pretty much that right there. If you have a disagreement with that, then I mean, hey, man, we sold them the jets. We got to teach them how to fly it. It is what it is. And it's not as bad as you guys thought it was. Y'all thought it was going to be a whole military base like we have over there. It's not. So come on now, let's chill out.
This is largely a fake story. We continue to have with countries that we work with. We have relationships where sometimes their pilots work on our bases. Sometimes that we.
And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He said, "Have a ball." Hey, shout out man Big Wave Dave, and appreciate the support. And yes, I mean shout out to Big Wave Dave, because now the call-in line has been open. I'm gonna go ahead and post the call-in link in the post tab, and you donate at least $1 to the stream, or if you're a member, we can go ahead and have you on up here.
Train together. Sometimes we work together in other ways. The reporting that somehow there's going to be a Qatari base on United States soil, that's just not true. We are continuing to work with a number of our Arab friends to ensure that we are able to enforce this peace, but we're not going to let a foreign country have an actual base on American soil. So there's a bit of misreporting on that, as there often is, as you know, Maria.
Vice President, let me get your take on the government shutdown. The president said that the military will get paid.
Now, to be quite honest, there was people not even feeling that. They weren't even feeling that. They was like, nah, I don't even want a Qatari. I don't want no Muslim in here driving and flying no jets. I was like, well, damn, we sold it to him. He's like, nah, said, I don't want no Muslims in here flying no jets. I was like, okay, you got it. Trust me, some homies, they do not like it. They do not like it one bit.
Despite this shutdown, the next pay period is October 15th, and we were expecting that the military would miss that paycheck. What are the plans?
Well, the plan is that when you're in a shutdown, and we're in the shutdown, of course, because Schumer and the Democrats shut down the government because they were trying to force us to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. And now that we're in this shutdown, we're trying to figure out how to ensure that as many Americans receive essential services as possible. We're doing a lot to ensure that low-income women and children get their food benefits. We're trying to make sure that flood insurance and other insurance programs don't disappear during the height of hurricane season. But we're also, Maria, doing some pretty non-conventional things, as President Trump often does, to ensure that our troops are able to get paid. We are confident we've identified the legal pathways in order to do this, but it's really important for the President of the United States. Even though Schumer has shut down the government, he doesn't want our troops to suffer because of it. Of course, he doesn't want our national security to suffer because of it either. But wouldn't it be great, Maria? The last point I'll make on this.
Hey, I'll be real though. If it's just for 2 months until we get the CR bill funded, then yeah, we can definitely get the military people paid. We can go ahead and fund WIC. I mean, and other food programs. If it's just for 2 months, yeah, I mean, we got the tariff revenue to do so. I mean, shout out Trump.
Be great if the Democrats just opened up the government so that we did not have to make these very difficult decisions. You hear a lot of Senate Democrats say, well, how can Donald Trump possibly lay off all of these federal workers? Well, the Democrats have given us a choice between giving low-income women their food benefits and paying our troops on the one hand, and on the other hand, paying federal bureaucrats. Well, given that choice, we're going to choose low-income women. We're going to choose our troops. That is the choice the Democrats have given us. I would really appreciate if they gave us a different choice. The country would be better off for it.
Well, where will the money come from then for the troops? Is
well,
it
some of it will come from just tightening the belts. Some of it will come from tightening the belts in other areas, but Maria, this is exactly right. A lot of this will come from incoming revenues to the Internal Revenue Service, tariff revenue, but also income tax revenue that is going to make it possible for us to pay our troops. And this is another reason why President Trump's decisive action on tariffs is one of the reasons why we have the money in the Treasury to actually be able to pay our troops. So
yeah, and I mean, like I said, we have like what, over $200 billion in tariff revenue. I mean, guys, we only spend maybe like $100 billion a year on the WIC program. So covering it for the next 2 months, I mean, with $200 billion, it ain't nothing to cover military pay for 2 months. Well, with $200 billion, that ain't nothing. So yeah, we're in good standing as far as that goes. Now, covering anything else, I mean, if he wants to stack on expense on top of expense, and trust me, we're gonna run out of tariff revenue. We don't want that. We don't want that. But I mean, every day the government is shut down, it is costing us money. So it is what it is. And shout out to my man Vlad. He says Steph's nickname is Etc. because she likes typing etc. Well, okay. And well, shout out Vlad. Of course, always got to make fun of Steph, but hey, man, it is what it is. Shout out to Big Wave Dave. He says, "Libs don't care what Trump does, good or bad. They think everything is just bad and a threat to our democracy." Yeah, I know, right? Apparently, bringing peace to Gaza or bringing peace to the Israel-Gaza conflict is threatening our democracy. Oh, trying to stop the Venezuelan drug cartel or Venezuela from profiting off the drug cartel. The dictator. Basically, a dictator of Venezuela profiting off a drug cartel. Yeah, because we're trying to stop that, it's a threat to democracy. Even though we just gave a woman a Nobel Peace, well, not we, but the Nobel Peace Prize Committee just gave a woman a Nobel Peace Prize for speaking on what Trump is solving with military force, or at least attempting to solve with military force. So, you know, it is crazy how even when he does good, it is a threat to our democracy, overreach, authoritarian, unprecedented. I mean, man, throw your favorite buzzword at this point.
It is one of the critical things that we've done, of course, to reshore America's industrial base, to create good jobs in the United States of America. But the tariffs have also given us a little bit of financial flexibility so that we can keep on as many essential services as possible, including, most importantly, paying the troops.
And the president said that he's going to use this opportunity to cut down government. Can you assess how significant these job cuts will be?
That's the real plan. I mean, yeah, the real plan is to cut down government. Here's the thing. Trump didn't even plan this. The problem is Trump never thought that the Republicans were going to close down the government to where they would leave it to where Trump could do this. Like the Dems literally left themselves open to this. And that's why you cannot feel bad for them. No, do not feel bad for them. Not one bit. Their own party left themselves open to this. Their own leader did it to themselves. It is what it is. Now, Trump could truly gut the deep state. And let's be real, Trump didn't think that these guys were going to give them the opportunity, so he's taking it.
Well, the longer it goes on, Maria, the more significant they're going to be. If you remember, we went 9 days before announcing any significant layoffs. Again, the President of the United States wanted to reopen the government. He was trying to work with Democrats in order to make that happen.
And guys, it's the Schumer shutdown. Look, it's automatically Schumer's fault. As soon as you have a catchy name, it's the Schumer shutdown, guys. It already rolls off the tongue so nice. So just off that alone, okay, I'm sorry, not just off that alone, but off the consistency of history and of the fact that the Schumer shutdown rolls off the tongue, it's automatically the Dems' fault.
But the longer this goes on, the deeper the cuts are going to be. And Maria, to be clear, some of these cuts are going to be painful. This is not a situation that we relish. This is not something that we're looking forward to. But the Democrats have dealt us a pretty difficult set of cards. We're trying to do the best that we can with the shutdown situation that Chuck Schumer has left us.
Let me switch gears to ask you about China, because the markets reacted to China tightening the export control of rare earth minerals. And then President Trump responded with a new threat of a much higher tariff of 100%. What is the plan to take on communist China?
Well, I talked to the president about this yesterday and this morning, Maria. Look, he actually appreciates the friendship that he's developed with Xi. They have a good relationship, but I think all of us were really shocked by this action from the communist Chinese government. They basically, not just with the United States, but with the entire world, threatened to completely cut off trade.
And yeah, they completely wanted to cut off trade of rare earth minerals to the United States. And there was going to be a unison attack. So pretty much China sent out threatening letters to countries pretty much saying, you're going to pretty much limit your rare earth minerals exports to the United States at the risk of your own profits and your own companies, at your risk. And we're going to go ahead and drive up prices in the United States by limiting supply of rare earth minerals, which would limit the supply of products that we make, which would, of course, like I said, drive up prices. So that was the plan that China wanted. But the problem is the other countries didn't want to go along for the reason that I stated before, is that it would low-key hurt them. They'd be shooting themselves in the foot, not selling to us. We're the biggest consumer in the world. So most of these countries who got that letter was like, yo, we can't afford this. They sent the letter to Trump and they said, yo, look how China's trying to extort us. And then Trump responded with the, okay, well, on November 1st, which is the same time China wanted these countries to start limiting their exports of rare earth minerals, on November 1st, Trump said, all right, cool, we're going to go ahead and put 100% tariffs on you guys and further cripple your economy. Because the 100% tariffs, like I always said, the only protected part of China's economy is the tech sector. Everything else gets decimated through tariffs because, well, one, I mean, it could be the business could be shifted somewhere else. And because of the tariffs, well, the Chinese manufacturing isn't as affordable as it once was. And you can go to places like Indonesia for, I don't know, textiles, clothing, furniture, you know, essentials like that.
Critical resources, critical minerals, things that all of us rely on. And what the United States has is we have a lot of leverage, Maria. And my hope, and I know the president's hope, is that we don't have to use that leverage. We actually want to rebuild more of our own industrial base, but we also think that we can have a positive relationship with the People's Republic of China, but not if the Chinese go down this pathway.
Now, to be honest with you, the real solution to China is that, I'm gonna be real with you, this is probably the one time you'll ever hear me say this, but we need regime change in China, and then we need them to, and then we're going to get that regime to break up their monopoly on rare earth mineral refinery. That's the only way, because China, they don't operate in fairness. They cannot do it. If they operate fairly, their whole economy gets thrown away. So the only way to stop China and to get them to operate fairly in the trade world is regime change, and a regime that will break up that monopoly so everybody can get in on it and the wealth is spread throughout, not just China kind of, you know, having the refining industry of rare earth minerals dominated the way they do.
of cutting off the entire world from access to some of the goods that they produce. And Maria, this really highlights why the president, it was so important that he declared a national emergency and implemented these tariffs in the first place. The fact that the People's Republic of China, the fact that they have so much control over critical supply in the United States of America, that is the definition of a national emergency. The president has taken very decisive action to correct.
And China sees what we're trying to do. We're trying to wane ourselves off critical, I'm sorry, but their rare earth minerals by going to other countries who's also refining it, but they use China's technology. That's why China sent those notes saying, hey, if you use just 0.01% of our refinery technology. So if your refinery technology even has a screw made in China, we can limit your exports. I mean, the audacity is real, but I mean, hey, that's China. I mean, that's what the A in China stands for, audacity, just like the A in America, but except it's at the front.
Correct that problem over the last 8 months. But unless we have access to this tariff authority, it's going to be very hard to negotiate with China, and it's going to be very hard for us to reshore some of these critical supplies and goods that we absolutely need for our own economy.
Yeah, and I'm asking myself, why are we in this position? Why are we so reliant on China for all of these things? Why haven't past presidents considered increasing the supply chains in America the way President Trump has done? And, you know, you do have economic leverage. You've got lots of Chinese companies traded on U.S. exchanges right now. Many of those are tied to the Chinese military. Would you support yanking those companies off of our U.S. exchanges? America's exchanges are the deepest, most liquid capital markets in the world.
Yeah, I would. I mean, just off that threat alone, I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's be real. They were supposed to meet up like a week. So the fact that these guys did this lets them know that they wanted to sabotage our economy to show up in a weakened position. So we just bend over to China's dominance in rare earth minerals. And we're not going. We're not going. So it was definitely a miscalculation on Xi's side because, to be honest with you, I don't think he expected the countries to snitch on him and the countries he thought that he had enough sway or everybody hated America enough to shoot themselves in the foot to destroy it. And no, they don't. I mean, they may say it on paper, but in reality, it ain't that deep.
So, Maria, the president is open to everything, and he's going to pursue, obviously, America's interests decisively. But you asked the critical question at the beginning, why have we gotten in this position to begin with? And the answer is because a generation of bipartisan leadership allowed the critical things that we need to get offshored. These rare earth minerals, the magnets, our computer chips were actually invented. Silicon chips were invented in the United States of America.
Yep.
Now Taiwan, just off the coast of China, makes nearly 100% of.
And the reason this happened, I mean, we went over it last night, is because of, well, we did a whole lot of regulations. We started taxing the hell out of these companies due to environmental standards and all this wild stuff. And it became too expensive to mine rare earth minerals in the United States. And we got plenty of it. We got plenty of it. The problem is that we purposely made it too expensive to mine rare earth minerals, and all the companies went to China, and that's why China dominates it. And also because, well, China don't give a fuck. I mean, excuse my language, but they don't care. Okay, guys, they don't care about the harm that it does to their people through pollution and cancer. I mean, shoot, they don't care what it does to the environment. I mean, bro, they don't care if they got to poison a couple water streams to get this rare earth mineral out. They don't care. Okay, guys. And sadly, well, honestly, thankfully, we in America care too much to be like China. But we do need to kind of like work a little bit towards their direction. Not all the way like China, but a little bit towards the direction with the deregulation, which Trump is doing, so we can kind of, get to that potential of mining rare earth minerals without having to overly depend on China and their self-sacrificing ways of getting to rare earth minerals.
The computer chips in the world economy. We were put in this position by failed leadership. It is a national emergency, and the president is doing everything that he can to get us out of this mess. It's not going to happen in 8 months. It's going to happen in some cases through negotiation, in some cases through bringing some of this critical supply back to the United States of America. But the president is committing to protecting America's economic livelihoods, but also making us more self-sufficient. And we've got to do both of those things at the same time. I'll be honest with you, Maria, it's going to be a delicate dance. And a lot of it is going to depend on how the Chinese respond. If they respond in a highly aggressive manner, I guarantee you the President of the United States has far more cards than the People's Republic of China. If, however, they're willing to be reasonable, then Donald Trump is always willing to be a reasonable negotiator. We're going to find out a lot in the weeks to come about whether China wants to start a trade war with us or whether they actually want to be reasonable. I hope they choose the path.
And then honestly, this will be round 2 because what was it? I mean, I think round 1 ended over the summer. They de-escalated. China withdrew their 125% tariff. We withdrew our 145. China's withdrew their 125 to 0% tariff, while we kept at least 30% tariff on China. They didn't like that so much, but they had to deal with it in order for their corporations to keep going. And guess what? The 30% is still hurting them because, well, their suppliers in China have to cut their prices by 30% in order to keep the business over here in America. I mean, this is why they say when they try to say, oh, the tariffs get passed down straight to the consumer. No, not at all. It doesn't always happen like that, especially in oversaturated markets. I mean, shoot, like clothing. Take that, for example.
The reason the President of the United States is going to defend America regardless.
All right, Mr. Vice President, thanks very much for taking all of that on. We appreciate it. Thanks very much.
And all right, guys, now let's go ahead and get into somebody else in the Trump administration. Speaker Mike Johnson also had a media appearance. So let's get right to him. Whoops, there we go.
So joining us now, House Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana. A lot to unpack there. Good to see you again this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for the fact-based questions to my colleague. That was the art of distraction you just saw there. They're trying their best to distract the American people from the simple fact that they've chosen a partisan fight so that they can prove to their Marxist rising base in the Democrat Party that they're willing to fight Trump and Republicans. There is no objective truth to everything he said there. The Republicans have already said we were going to have thoughtful conversations, deliberation, and debate about continuing the COVID-era Obamacare subsidies because they don't expire until December 31st. They're trying to pretend like that's a September issue. It never was. The president himself.
Thank you. That's what I said when they first came up with that argument about Obamacare health subsidies. I'm like, well, that don't make sense because they don't end until December 31st. So why are you making this a September now going into October issue? When you could have just passed the CR bill now, there would have been another CR bill before it expired, and then they'd have passed it then or extended it then. Well, yes, or really extend it or make it permanent. Y'all could have had that debate, but you can't have that debate while the government's closed. So it is a whole bunch of BS when they talk about, oh, raising healthcare premiums because the Obamacare subsidies. That what? Don't end until 2 months? Well, a little bit over 2 months.
Offered to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries in the Oval Office when I and Leader Thune were sitting next to him that he would have that thoughtful debate. That is for tomorrow, as soon as we get the government open so that everybody can come in and do that.
And that's why y'all making my point. Like, look, if healthcare plans are renewed on October, sweetheart, then that means that the Obamacare healthcare subsidies, the enhanced ones that don't end until the 31st, covers these healthcare plans. That means they're still subsidizing these healthcare plans that are being renewed in October if the subsidies don't end until the 31st. Thank you for proving my point. I appreciate that, sweetheart. Thank you, Jennifer. Keep doing God's work.
Hundreds of ideas on how to do it. It was not appropriate or possible for that to be resolved in a continuing resolution.
What about his issue, though, that open enrollment starts in November? People are already getting notices about what they may.
I'm weak. Shout out to my man Vlad. He said, take away the honeypot from G Winnie the Pooh. I mean, no, for really. I mean, hey, man, the man getting too greedy, man. This man want all the money. All the money. I mean, Jesus. He's all about the...
They pay. I mean, that's something that's got to be resolved before.
Yes,
December
and they're
31st.
eating up the clock in the month of October. They shut the government down October 1st. We had always been counting on using these 4 weeks in October to finish up those discussions. The great irony is it is they themselves that are doing it. And Shannon, we cannot lose the simple fact that their counter proposal to fund the government was $1.5 trillion in new spending, as you noted. They wanted to give money back for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and all sorts of things. And they wanted to claw back the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse that we took out of Medicaid to make it work better, and the $50 billion that Republicans put into the law to prop up rural hospitals. What they're saying today makes no sense.
Well, he does talk about the fact, and we know that there have been rural hospitals that have closed. That's happened here in the Virginia area and beyond. So what about that and his contention that a lot of people will be kicked off Medicaid? And yes, people talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, but there's real concern by some analyses that there will be other people that may qualify in some way that are going to risk, losing kind of health care coverage that the leader is talking about there.
So much to be said there. The rural hospitals that are in trouble right now are not because of Republican policies. This is the legacy of what has happened under Obamacare. And you just heard the leader of the Democrats in the House acknowledge that Obamacare is unaffordable. When they passed it into law in 2010, they promised us it was going to make health care more affordable. They put it in the name of the law. It did exactly the opposite. Premiums have risen exponentially since 2010, and they're not affordable. It was never designed to be affordable. Republicans are the party that are fixing health care. We just demonstrated that in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. We put in reforms to Medicaid, as I mentioned, that cut out fraud, waste, and abuse. It got ineligible recipients off of the program, and it's brought down the cost and made the resources spread more broadly to the people who actually need it. U.S. citizens who are the disabled, the elderly, and young pregnant women, those kinds of folks who are the people who are intended for that program to help. We're shoring up the program. We're fixing health care. Obamacare is what broke it.
So let's get back to those subsidies for Obamacare. He mentioned Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican. There are other Republicans who are raising alarm. Here's what she said in part on X. I'm absolutely disgusted that health insurance premiums will double if the tax credits expire this year. Not a single Republican in leadership talked to us about this or has given us a plan to help Americans deal with their health insurance premiums. She says, again, doubling. So what is the guidance from you, the leader of this party?
Yeah, I had a thoughtful conversation with my friend Marjorie.
Well, damn.
On the phone the other night.
I mean, yeah, I was looking it up right here. It does say that, since the Affordable Health Care Act or Obamacare, since it passed in 2010, many rural hospitals have still closed. Estimates vary, but closures remain a serious problem. So Obamacare never really helped the rural hospital problem. I mean, probably due to funding, but I mean, here's the thing. I mean, we haven't even really got like 6 months into the Trump's plan and already trying to F with it by adding, what was it, like $55 billion to rural hospitals. So, and like I said, we're not even seeing that come to fruition because the Dems want to stop it. They want to take it away and they want to resume what Obamacare was doing, or really what Biden was doing with healthcare, which was exorbitant spending, kept adding billions upon billions on top of it, which only led to illegals taking advantage of it and healthcare and pharmaceutical corporations taking advantage of it as well by overpricing us.
A couple nights ago,
way to shake pom-poms for the corporate elites, Dems. Way to do it.
To inform her that there are many Republicans in Congress that have been working around the clock on this. They're on the committees of jurisdiction that deal with this. Marjorie doesn't serve on those committees, so I offered to have her come into the room and be a part of that discussion if indeed she wants to do that. There has been a lot of work done on this. We have hundreds of ideas literally on the table to fix healthcare, to make it more affordable for the American people, to make access more available, and to increase the quality of care. There's a lot that can be done, but you have to build consensus in a large, deliberative public body like this. And again, what they're saying right now, the reason they're talking about healthcare is because they're trying to create a distraction. We have voted 8 times to pay the troops, pay TSA agents, Border Patrol agents, everybody serving in the federal government, and to make sure these services are provided for veterans and the elderly disabled who need them so much. 8 times now, Democrats in Congress have voted to close the government. We're on day 10. It's real pain for real people, and they seem not to care.
So you mentioned the troops. Let's talk about that, because the president has now said he's ordering Secretary Hegseth.
I mean, why would they? When they can just pass the blame off on Republicans. I mean, like I said, they're the demanding party, and they're the ones who don't want to vote on it, and they're the ones who don't want to negotiate anything. Because, like I said, once you give somebody what they want, and they kind of just move the goalposts, it kind of makes you weary to really negotiate with them. Because it's like, all right, well, we gave you what you want, you moved the goalposts. Who's to say if we don't give you the 1.5 trillion in Medicare, y'all might ask for 2.5 trillion? I mean, this could go on forever. So no, we're good. We see what you guys want to do. You want to add more spending, but I mean, to be honest with you, American people voted for less spending. To be real with you, we really want to cut the budget. We need to do more cuts. I mean, to Social Security, to Medicaid, and to Medicare. But hey, y'all ain't ready for that conversation.
Pentagon money to pay this week so that none of our active duty folks will miss. And I think all Americans agree that that is a priority. So Democrats say on Friday they tried to offer up a measure on the House floor that would have kept active duty troops paid during any kind of shutdown. They do have at least one Republican signature on it, making it bipartisan. Politico reports this, though. The presiding Republican, Representative Mike Bost of Illinois, gavelled a brief pro forma session to a close before Representative Sarah McElrath, she is the Democrat trying to do this from Maryland, could make a procedural move to try to pass the legislation by unanimous consent. Politico says Congressman Bost was working on your guidance. So why not allow a standalone measure for troops?
Because it's unnecessary, because we already voted to pay the troops on September 19th. We have a chart that we used at our press conference showing every time the Republicans have voted to pay the troops and the Democrats every time voted no. We did it in the House September 19th, over 3 weeks ago, sent it to the Senate, and now 7 different times the Democrats in the Senate, all but 3, have voted not to pay the troops. So the ball is in the Senate's court. The House has done its job, and that's what Chairman Bost was referring to there. That Democrat who tried to bring that resolution on the floor voted against paying the troops. Go look at the record. Every single one of them, and only one Democrat in the House voted to pay the troops. And that vote happened 3 weeks ago.
So I want to get back to the optics of this, because we heard or we saw what Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said about this is getting better for them every day. I want to play a little bit of what he said about why you guys are going to get blamed for this. Here's what he said.
Republicans have the White House. They control the House and the Senate.
Which is a very dumb thing to say, because it's like, you know, like I said, one, they don't got complete control and they got majority rule. Also, we just need 5 votes. We just need 5 votes. So that even proves that we still need to cooperate with you guys, and you guys are pretty much not doing it. And you're placating to the radical left of y'all who just want to do nothing but fight Trump, even if it hurts the American people. So, hey, man, this don't got nothing to do with the Republicans. This has everything to do with you guys, and you guys wanting the healthcare subsidies, you guys wanting more spending on, you know, healthcare and all that good stuff. So y'all might want to own that.
So when people are laid off, when people are not paid, when people are not getting back pay, they know it's the Republicans trying to do it, even though they're using it to try and bully us.
They think the polling is on their side. The American people are going to hold you responsible.
Chuck Schumer is incapable of telling the truth right now. I mean, he's been in Congress for 44 years, Shannon. I mean, almost half a century. He knows this is basic civics. Every 8th grade civics student can point out the fallacy in what he just said. It requires 60 votes in the Senate to get this through. We only have 53 Republicans. We've got to have a handful of Democrats in the Senate who apply common sense.
And that's what I'm saying. We don't got complete control. We got majority rule. So yeah, we only got 53, aka, I mean, yeah, we still need, I think bro said like we need like at least 5 of them. We need at least 5 Dems on our side, 5. And for some reason we can't even get that, because like I said, most of them are placating to the radical left, except for Fetterman, and maybe we can get Rohana on our side. Who knows? Those are like the 2 sensible Dems that I know so far. There's other ones as well that is just slipping my mind, but those are the 2 that I know that might vote yes. Vetterman, I mean, he already gave his stamp of approval. Well, Fetterman.
And agree to reopen the government so that we can continue all these discussions. As you pointed out to Hakeem Jeffries, this is a clean continuing resolution. What that means for folks back home is it's exactly the same levels of spending. By the way, it's Biden-era policies and spending, which we loathe. But we're trying to get through the appropriations process to change that and fix it for the country, and they ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, we just need 7 more weeks to finish it. And right now they're eating up the clock. They're doing this for political cover. Chuck Schumer, when he voted for the exact same measure back in March, took a lot of heat from the left of his party, and he doesn't want to sustain that any longer. So he's doing this and inflicting pain for his own selfish reasons.
Well, we have not brokered an end to the shutdown here on Fox News Sunday this morning.
I'm a peacemaker. I wish we could.
We are glad to hear from both sides. We appreciate your time, and we'll watch and wait as the American people look for a resolution. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone.
Well, hey. Like I said, man, the Dems don't seem to be one to argue in good faith. They want to move the goalposts, and they want to get their way completely. And that's just not how negotiations work. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's get over to Fetterman on Fox News, and let's see what he got to say.
Welcome back. Well, we just heard from Vice President J.D. Vance about the path forward in Gaza as the first phase of President Trump's peace plan is in effect. For reaction now to this historic agreement, we bring in Democrat Senator from Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, who has been a longtime staunch supporter of Israel. Senator, good to see you this morning. Thanks so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you for having me back.
What is your reaction to this peace plan and these expectations that the hostages will begin to come home tomorrow?
Absolute elation. I mean, how can we all celebrate this thing? I mean, you've had human beings held underground for over 2 years and tortured and beaten and starved, forced to dig their own graves and things. Now they can finally come back home. And now everyone should be celebrating these things. And clearly the Palestinians are, and people in Israel are too. And now there are people in our nation, some of those aren't really celebrating or even acknowledging a thing, and that's part of the truth there too. It really was never about peace. It was more about an anti-Israel agenda. And now, why can't we all, whatever where you are politically, this is a huge development, and this terrible, awful war is going to come to an end. And now you can rebuild Gaza, and these families are now reunited. That's a big thing, and it's a strange time if you can't celebrate this.
Yeah, and I saw your tweet, congratulating President Trump on this incredible moment in time. It really is a head scratcher, as you see some people just refusing to acknowledge what an incredible moment this is after this 2 years.
I agree. It's like I even said that in my tweet. It's like, yeah, our party's different, but this is a big, huge win for peace in this world, and it's entirely appropriate to do that. And if you're not willing to acknowledge that, you're ironically pointing out the absurdity and making it more personal when we can't all celebrate this peace after this awful war after 2 years.
Yes, of course. And I feel like that sentiment also applies to the government shutdown, because with the government shutdown, you are talking about fighting about Obamacare subsidies that are going to expire at the end of the year. But you're seeing a real impact. We're worried that people are not going to get paid on October 15th and on October 20th. Is this all political as well? Because remember what Senator Schumer said just this week. Watch this.
Yeah.
Each day, our case to fix health care and end the shutdown gets better and better, stronger and stronger, because families are opening their letters, showing how high their premiums will climb if Republicans get their way.
Their way?
Seeing why this.
What do you mean their way? Like, bro, they want to extend the Obama healthcare subsidies. We just want y'all to sign on to it. They're extending it. They're not making it permanent. I don't know why they can't come to a middle ground on that.
Fight matters. It's about protecting their health care, their bank accounts, their futures.
Senator, how is it possible that a government shutdown where we're questioning if our military is going to get paid is getting better and better for the Democrats?
Well, for me, it's a hard rule. It's like, I can't ever or will ever vote to shut our government down. It was wrong if the Republicans did these things. And I led that charge back in March saying it's wrong to shut us down. And we kept it open. And now we are. And now I've said then back in March that when September comes, I'm going to be the one guy that's saying it's wrong to do this. It's really the losers. The losers are these poor Americans here that are going to get caught in the middle of this thing. Now, I fully support, let's have a conversation to extending those tax credits. I think a lot of Republicans might even agree with that too. That's a priority for us, and they might agree. But, let's have our government open and have that conversation so people can get paid, and we can't have this kinds of chaos.
Well, it seems to me that this is going to go on at least another week. I was told that the leadership, Chuck Schumer and others, want to make sure to be able to get up at that No Kings rally and say, we're fighting Trump. I mean, is that what this is about?
Yep.
I really
always been about, man. It's always been about that.
What's really part of it more than, it's not about who's losing or who's getting more of the blame or anything. For me, what I really cares about is it's a core responsibility for me as a U.S. Senator to vote to make sure and keep our government open. And then we can figure out all these other priorities. That's democracy. That's democracy. Shutting our government down, that's the wrong message.
Which some Dems are championing because, they're not going to give us our healthcare subsidies. Shut it down. Shut it down. It's kind of crazy how they don't want to take, responsibility for it. But they got people on their side literally calling for the shutdown of the government or championing it. So, hey, man. Hey. I mean, y'all want to deny it, but y'all followers expose y'all with y'all actions. I'm sorry, not y'all actions, but y'all true intentions.
For the world. For Americans as well, too. I don't care whose that blame is. It's not about a blame game. It's about open this government, have this conversation, and really let's address these kinds of healthcare issues as well, too.
And you've led with that independence throughout, trying to represent the people of Pennsylvania and America. How do we reopen this government? Do you see a catalyst that gets them back to the table to reopen? What's your sense?
Oh, it is going to be difficult, because then I think there's people perhaps on both sides are putting party in front of country. And for me, my vote has been, it's like, hey, and now I understand, my party may want to shut our government down. That's like, I'll be a Democrat saying, hey, that's wrong. Just like we all agreed it was wrong when the Republicans were going to shut it down.
Thank you.
Like I have that core kinds of.
And thank you, Fetterman, for being consistent. That's all he's doing, is being consistent on how the government shutdown has happened. Usually it's the demanding party who gets the blame. Like when the GOP shut it down in Obama's time because they wanted to add on or take off some things. They was like, okay, yeah, that's on us. Donald Trump, he said, okay, I want to add a wall. You don't want to give it to me? I'll shut the government down over it. Okay, that's on him. Now that the Dems are like, oh, you don't want to give us our healthcare spending and our subsidies? Okay, cool. Shut the government down. That's on them. It's just about being consistent. That's all it is, guys. That's all you got to do, Dems. Just for one time, just be consistent and don't play a double standard. And shout out to my man Jay. He says Big Pharma's puppets stick is firmly up Dems' asses. I mean, honestly, that's all they want to do is increase Medicaid spending, so Big Pharma and healthcare corporations could take advantage. That's all they care about. It's not the American people. It's so these corporations can overprice us. That's what they truly care about.
Ideal, and I'm not going to violate it. That's why I'm choosing country over party on this. And
you know what? I hate to admit this, but let's take an example of our guys over there down under. Our guys over there in Australia who negotiates their healthcare with their minimum budget. They don't overspend on healthcare. They set a budget and then they negotiate with pharmaceutical companies and healthcare companies to get the most affordable assurance or for most affordable healthcare for their people. That's why they got affordable health care, because they don't let these corporations recklessly run up the price on them, because they, one, have a set budget and they don't let it get overinflated. And they found a way to get that set budget to help all of their people through negotiating with pharmaceutical companies and healthcare companies and not allowing themselves to be overpriced or allowing their politicians to get lobbied by these guys. But then again, you never know.
I know what might be more popular with parts of my base.
I don't know if that might change.
It's wrong for this nation.
So you were one of only 2 Democrats that actually voted.
Australia, that might be one of the few times I shout y'all out. So, enjoy it. But shout out Australia.
With the Republicans to keep the government open and one independent alongside the both of you. Is it surprising to you that John Thune and his colleagues on the right can't find 5 more yes votes in the Democrat Party?
I announced when it shut down, I said it's a sad day for our nation. This isn't my government. It's not the Republicans' government. It's the American government. And that's why they all should be open. And now we have different priorities. That's the essence of democracy. And this was an election and put us in the respective situations that we're in. That's part of a conversation that must happen when our government is open. And now turning it into like a really bad, sorry kind of it's not entertaining. It's not about blame and these things. It's about governance. That's the essence of our responsibility.
Do you believe this is a national security threat right now? I keep asking, when does this become a national security threat? What's your take?
Well, why even let's take the risk of finding out?
Right.
I don't.
Yeah.
It's just
why F around?
It's such small. It's just a small thing. And
Fetterman ain't lying. Like, let's be real.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
And why we want to F around that long?
Now, in the middle of, we have this amazing development about the Gaza war. Like things, how small it is. This entering a new phase of peace in the Middle East. And now we're still arguing. Now let's open up the government and now find a way to extend these kinds of healthcare solutions.
Yeah,
that's been consistent.
Do you feel that there are other senators like you, friends of yours in the Senate, that you feel are independent-minded and open-minded and have that same sentiment that you do? Is it just leadership that is so dug in on fighting Trump?
I mean, for me, it's been very isolating, honestly. I mean, just, it's very similar like with Israel through this. Now, regardless of where the base might want, but I think it's the right thing that my kinds of positions are reasonable because I'm not going to follow just the party line. I'm going to think, hey, independently, this is important, and I happen to believe that's true.
You know, Senator, what you just said is really shameful on your colleagues. You feeling isolated, that is absolutely outrageous. You are a breath of fresh air. I know our viewers are grateful, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for your
Yeah, no, at least somebody's trying to make sense out here. It's like, whew, well, at least we know. I mean, there's somebody on their side that might speak some sense into them. Who knows? Who knows? But all right, guys, let's get over to the Dems crying about immigration. So let's go over to the left side of media with MSNBC. I mean, come on now. You know we got to go to your favorite Trump haters.
Agents use a, quote, minimum amount of force when making arrests. But every day, new videos pop up online which seem to indicate something else. Personally, my social media feed now is just a stream of brutal ICE interactions. Agents caught on video being both verbally and physically aggressive with the people they're detaining and with bystanders, all while many of them hide behind masks and plain clothes. These tactics appear brutal in nature, alarmingly so, and the presence of a rolling camera doesn't actually seem to deter any of it. Many of the videos are difficult to watch, but we do feel that it's important for all of us together to bear witness to what's happening to human beings on the streets of America. On Wednesday, this video was taken outside of an elementary school in Chicago. It shows a group of masked ICE officers trying to pull a woman out of her car. Eyewitnesses say the woman was in line for afternoon school pickup at the time of the incident.
Wait, you guys came to the school to do this?
Do you have a warrant? They haven't asked for a warrant. My name is Jocelyn from Cicero. They don't have a warrant. They didn't ask for one. They forcefully opened the door of the truck. It was locked. It was locked.
Yeah, and you're most like an illegal or rolling with the illegals. And for that, hey, if you're a U.S. citizen, you get detained. If you're an illegal, well, I mean, come on now. You know what's going to happen to you. It's about that time, too. I mean, if you're illegal, it's about that time. It's going to be a charge. Time for you to get up out of here.
Get closer from here, right? Like, cool. Just stay back, please. You're being arrested for Yeah, but you guys came to the school.
I'm crying. He said he does look like he's wearing a bald cap. But shout out to Jay. He's like, why his bald head look fake? It's like, I mean, yeah.
They forced us out of the car. They were following us.
Last week, agents in that white SUV were filmed in broad daylight throwing a canister of tear gas onto a pedestrian street near a middle school. You can see cars were seemingly blocking the unmarked vehicle, which was reportedly headed for a local grocery store. A masked agent rolled down his window and threw the tear gas, causing bystanders to disperse. In Maryland, 2 ICE officers chased a man into a busy intersection and then tackled him. You can hear the man screaming, "Ayuda, help me," during the struggle. And an agent dropped his handgun.
I mean, bro, come on, bro, like, dog, for real.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I mean, not to sound like a racist. Well, I'll be rude with you. Let's just play the stereotype on this one. He don't speak English. He don't speak English. Isn't that kind of like a hint that he might not be here illegally? He's on the floor right now. He's yelling for help in Spanish. I mean, come on now. Bro, you're really going to sit here and make it seem like this is an ICE violation when bro's literally screaming out in Spanish? Most likely don't know no English. So, AKA, he most likely is here illegally. I mean, no, not to play into stereotypes. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I am going to play into stereotypes. Yes, we are. We're going to play into the heaviest of stereotypes because it works. I mean, obviously there's something up here.
And then appears to point it at bystanders.
I'm weak. He says, but being an illegal isn't a crime. Logic. Yeah, I know. Or how Jasmine Crockett said, the police is not for fighting crime. It's not for law enforcement. It's like, oh my God. You know, I really do listen to these Dems sometimes and just be like, they cook themselves. Bruh. They literally cook themselves in their own points. Like, you
Stupid.
This man.
You stupid.
Ayúdame. They're trying to kill you. Ayúdame.
They could be true. I just took him at that point. Hey, might be true.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down.
We gonna tell them to put the gun down. Y'all the ones looking like y'all about to run up and get done up. It's like, excuse my language, but look like y'all about to run up and find out. Like, to be honest with you. So of course, and the way y'all been treating ICE, like, I mean, come on now. You can't expect them not to be paranoid at this point. And the guy is literally screaming out in Spanish, aka, we got him. We got him, boys. We got him.
Put the gun down.
The Department of Homeland Security says the man being arrested in the video was resisting. On Friday in Chicago, a journalist by the name of Debbie Brockman was forced to the ground and cuffed by 3 big federal agents while she was out reporting. Watch this.
What's your name?
Debbie Brockman, I work for WGN. Let them know.
I got you. Yep.
Hey.
Debbie Browning? Brockman.
Girl, big as hell.
Do you guys want to share your names too, or just going to cover your face?
Man, sure, you want to try to lose some weight?
DHS says Brockman was arrested for allegedly assaulting a federal agent. WGN-TV, Brockman's employer, says she was not charged with any crimes and was ultimately released. ICE has responded to criticism about its operation, saying, quote, anyone who actively obstructs law enforcement in the performance of their sworn duties, including U.S. citizens, will, of course, face consequences which include arrest, end quote.
I mean, yeah, obstruction of what? Police work? I forgot, was it? Obstruction of investigation. So, yeah, if you do that, I mean, they can lock you up.
All this is happening in America. Whether you open your eyes to
Oh, crap. Oh, hold on, guys. Let's go ahead and get over to
as long as Israel adheres to its side
captives
of the
are being released
as well. But let's get
the dang. Is that
views
the
on all this? And what are you making of today's events as they unfold?
Captives be released
I think
begins.
it's very important to understand that this ceremony could be very important for many people. Of course, there will be thousands of families in Palestine that are waiting for their relatives. But I think also it is leaving many questions. And the questions are basically dealt with in the fact that we don't know what's going to happen next. We know that President Trump was very keen to get to the point where we are now. But eventually, if the talk for a comprehensive peace is real, we need to include several elements that are not part neither of this initiative or nor from his foreign policy. So far, the U.S. has not been able to utter the term two-state solution, nor ending the Israeli occupation. And therefore, there are so many questions that are left open after this ceremony that once again, it's going to be
I'll be quite honest. A two-state solution, bro, Israel's going to lose their mind if we even talk about a two-state solution. I mean, Lord knows we can't get a one-state solution. So a two-state solution, they're just not going for it. A peace deal, I mean, that's probably the best we're getting, guys.
Not all Palestinian prisoners, just a minority of those who are in Israeli jails. You have to start thinking of reconstruction and, of course, in the occupied West Bank of ending the occupation. So therefore, there are 2 different processes here that cannot be compared.
Now, Xavier, one of the people missing off the list of Palestinian prisoners to be released was, of course, Marwan Barghouti's name, who's seen as a big unifier. Does that also perhaps send off some alarm bells as to whether Israel is truly committed to peace in the future?
Dead.
Because he's seen as a unifier of all the Palestinians.
Okay, then he's dead. I mean, let's be real.
That's true, and I think Marwan Barghouti has been consistently
not to be negative Nancy here, but
Palestinian surveys when it comes to public opinion, something that's really surprising for many, as far as he has not been able.
But yes, as you guys see, the hostage negotiations has begun already. The Palestinian groups handing over remaining Israeli captives in Gaza as part of ceasefire agreement is happening right now. So, hey, man, hey, look, man. Hey, phase 1 is happening as we speak. And Israel ain't mess up nothing yet. I mean, thank God.
Joining me now is Radley Balco, longtime journalist and author with a focus on criminal justice and civil liberties. Balco's the author of The Watch on Substack and the book Rise of the Warrior Cop, the Militarization.
Yeah. Rise of the Warrior Cop, militarization, all that BS. But you know what? I like to hear from the people. You know what the people got to say about Trump's, ICE enforcement and militarization? Man, let's get over to the brother right here. Let's get over to this brother who lives in Memphis. One of those places that you wanted Trump to go to. One of those blue cities in a red state that has high crime. And, every time you point out a state with a red state with high crime, well, the places with the highest crime is led by Democrats, which are blue cities. So way to snitch on yourselves on that argument.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I think it's true time. I was against pretty much everything that was coming towards Memphis. I was against this National Guard, all these different police units, all this military, all this shit. I was against all this shit coming to the end, right? Especially when I was the one learning shit about Memphis and how the crime had been down 25% than it has in like hella years and shit. Like Memphis been doing good. We just had the most peaceful summer in a long little time. Just for these folks to still come with this shit. I was against this shit, bro. And then I seen the numbers after the first week of rounding up niggas. These folks then got 16 convicted murderers off the streets in 1 week.
Boy, oh God, because a lot of people don't know in these black neighborhoods, bro. They literally, some of them live amongst murderers. They live amongst people who've caught bodies, and the cops, well, they don't got enough police force to find them. But guess who do? Guess who do got enough force? The National Guard got enough force. Hey, man, they kicking in doors that we need them to, FBI, open up! Just like that, baby. And then they pulling up and they singing this.
Your ass going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
All right, let's let my brother cook.
Black people. I know there's a lot of Memphis folks talking about all the niggas gone now and they over here, the police pulling over all the good, hard-working people. Hey, if that was the case, I'm sorry. But
I don't like it.
I can't wholeheartedly say they doing a bad thing now.
Man, we on warrant and crime cleanup. That's what we on. We clean up all the warrants. We clean up all the guys who ain't even supposed to be out there. Yeah, it's warrant and crime cleanup. And we know what? We might even start taking some gangs off the street if they want to act feisty. Stay inside, gang members. Stay inside, okay? It ain't safe out here for y'all no more. And it should have never have been. But hey, we're getting corrections now.
And now that I just seen them numbers, bro.
My bad, brother.
And I'm a real Memphis nigga. I love my city. I love once again, nigga, this where I'm at.
Damn, Vlad. He says, fuck Chicago, fuck Chicago. Such a piece of shit city. Like, damn, Vlad. Like, but why? Damn. Like, what did Chicago do to you? Never mind. I don't even want to know, because it's such a high crime area, bro. You could have pulled up there just on the visit and some BS could have happened. So, you know what? I wouldn't even ask you for the story. I'll just take your word on that. You don't even got to tell the story, Vlad. I'll just take your word.
As I wait on the motherfucking bus, I'm in the heart of this shit. I love this shit. But I would be lying if I ain't just read them numbers and say, damn, that's a good thing for Memphis. So, I'm out of this, y'all. I ain't got no more commentary on this National Guard shit being here, the police, the over police. I ain't got shit to say to that, bro, because it's kind of hard for me to say they doing us wrong when they really getting convicted fucking murderers and felons with guns off the street, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how can you sit there and get mad at it? And like I said, you can only get mad at it if, one, you can't see the good that Trump's doing for the black community, and all you want to do is hate Trump. Like, oh, he's creating police states and all this wild stuff, and he's trying to lock down cities. No, he's trying to liberate cities from some of this gang activity that's gotten a bit out of control for the defunding police in these blue cities. because y'all seem to have stuck to y'all defund the police ways, and it bit y'all in the ass. Now y'all trying to hone down on it, and y'all did decent. 25% ain't bad, but wait, with the National Guard, hey, 25% can turn to 75%. So, and that's exactly what happened in Memphis, and most definitely what happened in DC. We just need it to happen for Chicago, man. We can get Chicago, we'll be in game, baby. It's all good. Shoot, I might go to the bean again.
Hey, bro. Y'all just be easy, bro. Be easy.
I mean, hey, shout out to the brother for keeping it truthful, letting people know that, you know what, guys, it's not as bad as we thought. We thought it was gonna be horrible, but you know what, the man Trump, man, who'da knew? But
I can see what they're doing, what he's doing. I can see it. I feel it. He's cooking.
He's cooking.
Take a look.
There are many people in the city of Chicago who completely support having the additional resources to keep both ICE agents and community protesters safe. What we have seen is a complete abdication of responsibility, both by Governor Pritzker and by the mayor of the city of Chicago, who have refused up until this point to allow police just to maintain the peace for protesters and for ICE agents doing their job. We need to bring some sanity back to the conversation, and a majority of Chicagoans want to see that happen.
So firstly, he actually exposes and confirms what happened behind the scenes. He claims that Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker both refused to allow police to intervene while ICE agents were being attacked in their own city. And so it seems that it's exactly as we predicted: pure sabotage, corruption. You have elected leadership here intentionally obstructing law enforcement for clear political optics gain. Brandon Johnson obviously is seeing his pathetic single-digit approval rating, and he's thinking, oh man, I gotta make noise, I gotta drum up the base, I gotta galvanize these woke idiots to support me as if I'm doing something. But of course, I don't think these pathetic attempts, these stunts really work anymore, especially not as the political conversation exists on X right now, and we are absolutely exposing these goons, pretty much.
I mean, especially with the commentary on Memphis. And don't worry, I got something for Chicago as well, but let's go ahead and get over here to this sister. Shout out to this sister right here.
Some of y'all might get mad at me. And at this point, I don't give a damn. I'm not into politics. I'm not into all of that.
Hey, you know what's so crazy when they say, Sean, well, my bad, but S.E.T, you're not for your people. You want to go back to the plantation. You're being a bootlicker. No. The problem is y'all are listening to the very people y'all say y'all hate, which is, I guess, the white devil. I mean, it's kind of crazy how y'all think that, but y'all want to beg them for reparations. So that's wild. No, I'm actually listening to the people in my community and their problems and about crime and drugs and well, let's be real with you, not enough economic opportunity in the hood because of the crime and the drugs. Y'all don't really care about that. Y'all just care about hating a white man. I actually care about my people.
Just stuff that people be losing their life over. I ain't into all it. We human. What else? But I will say thank you to Trump for bringing these National Guards and doing what they're doing down here in Memphis right now.
Hey.
You know, for the first time in 5 years. I've been in my home for 5 years. And for the first time, my kids have been able to play in the backyard and be able to do it comfortably. I haven't heard a gunshot in 2 weeks. I haven't seen strange people walk up and down the street. Just a few weeks ago, I had somebody walk on the side of my house. None of that action's going on. I haven't seen no young YNs at the stove posted. I haven't seen an Infinity fly past me in weeks. I'm sitting on my porch right now, and I'm watching kids outside playing. People outside walking with their kids, stuff I ain't never seen before living in my neighborhood.
I mean, hey, that's how it is in the hood. I mean, it's like never really a moment of peace, and something's always going on. Like as the world turns, like you think one story over, then another BS like drama-filled story pops up. It's like welcome to the hood, welcome to the hood. Except it's like a drama story, except with a whole lot of guns and drugs. But yeah, like, and trust me, this is what the black people have been wanting for a while from the Democrats, and we have not got it. So shout out Trump, man. Y'all better say y'all thank yous, even the ones that hate Trump so much. Y'all may hate him, but hey, man, he's doing what the Dems said they were gonna do. And bring down crime in our community and try to take out the drug dealers. And all the guys who are just running around with warrants, those two. And shout out Philadelphia to bring back brotherly love. Hey, yo, shout out to Philadelphia to bringing back brotherly love. You gotta love that one. I mean, let's be honest. And shout out Steph. How you doing, sis?
Not because we feel safe in this environment, unfortunately, because of the things that are happening here in the city. I hate it had to be this way, but I'm happy. I'm happy. Honestly, I truly feel
it's crazy
that this is just a band-aid to the problem. I don't think this is gonna.
Nah, when you sit there, you're just like, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like y'all was doomsdaying this whole Trump thing, but hey, I'm happy right now. Think that the streets got cleaned up, I'm happy.
Completely fix everything, but to have a moment of peace, just thank you, Jesus.
Yep, I know. You can see clearly now that the rain of bullets and bandanas are gone. Yes, you can see clearly now that the rain of, bullets and bandanas are gone. I know, sis. It's a beautiful thing, is it not? Is it not? All right, though, let's get over to this video real quick.
Theory we have right, but
Speaker Johnson blowing the whistle on Chuck Schumer's little plan. Take a look.
Very patient guy, but I have had it with these people. They're playing games with real people's lives. The theory we have right now, they have a Hate America rally that's scheduled for October 18th on the National Mall. It's all the pro-Hamas wing and the Antifa people. They're all coming out. Some of the House Democrats are selling T-shirts for the event, and it's being told to us that they won't be able to reopen the government until after that rally because they can't face their rabid base. I mean, this is serious business hurting real people. And I'm beyond words. I can't believe they're actually doing this.
But all right, guys, I just need to one more exposing of, of how it is over here in these black communities and what black people actually think, since white liberals want to speak for us. I know, ain't that crazy? But it is what it is. Well, the black liberals want to speak for us too, but I mean, come on now. Shit. Honestly, they want to talk about race betrayers. Man, they're your main suspects. But it is what it is.
Here in the city of Chicago is a one-party city. The black ones are no good. The no good white ones are no good. Democrats.
I ain't gonna lie, this man bummy fresh. His jacket kind of hard.
Hispanics are no good. The Asians are no good. This is a true swamp here.
Last time I saw you, Joe Biden was in office and you were getting flooded with illegals. Now we've got President Trump in office.
Yes.
We've got J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Johnson saying there's no problems here.
Oh, it's plenty problems.
What's your message to them and to America?
Well, my message to the United States of American citizens, that Chicago is a Democratic shithole, and we need Trump to bring in the National Guard to work and to clean up this shithole. And I say this over and over again. The black ones, and the sad thing about it is, Mr. Ben, is when they have that next election. All these
so funny? The guy in the background got his face covered. If you see it right here, he's just like, oh man, don't show me, man. I ain't trying to. Come on, man. I ain't trying to get exposed. One of those. One of those. Man, this is gonna sound effed up, but one of those tight-panded white liberals who thinks it's okay to, allow ICE into black neighborhoods and have ICE-free zones in black neighborhoods. And guess what? He's okay because it's not in his neighborhood. So he's okay with making black neighborhoods look like shit. But if it was his own, I guarantee you he'd be a Trump supporter.
Get right back in. Right back in. That's the sad thing about it. When you tell Trump to come here and clean up this swamp.
I'm sorry, but he started going off. Hold on here. He's like, but even then, they'll come right back in.
And the sad thing about it is, Mr. Ben, is when they have that next election, all these damn Democrats gonna get right back in. Right back in. That's the sad thing about it. When you tell Trump to come here and clean up this swamp, but it's so historically ingrained in them, when it get time for election, they're all gonna be re-elected. Now, what can we do? I'm telling you something that you might don't want to hear. This is how ingrained this shithole is. When they get ready for this next election, all these same son of a bitches gonna get right back in. The black ones, the Hispanic ones, the Asian ones, and the white ones. All of them.
Damn.
All of them, Mr. Ben. Trump got a big chance if he thinks he can come in and flip this one overnight. It'll take years.
Should Pritzker and Johnson, these guys, be arrested? What's the solution?
The solution is probably that some of them should be indicted for misappropriation of funds, giving all that money to the illegals.
Facts.
When they got,
I mean, bro got money just for letting in the Venezuelans who just pillaged, well, damn near pillaged black neighborhoods and got into these black apartment complexes, broke into the doors, broke the doors down and just set up living. They don't got to pay rent, like an American would. I mean, they just got to get, flooded in and they'll just do what they do. Come through, break in and set up shop. And what the landlord going to do about it? Nothing. Nothing at all. I mean, they can't do nothing about it because they're probably getting paid by the city to allow it to happen.
People, homeless whites, homeless black, Hispanic, right here, born here in America, to be proud to be an American, and they other people get in front of them. Yes, maybe several of them should be arrested. I thought they were going to arrest Johnson when he went up to Washington. Y'all playing around with these people. You can't do that. You got to set examples. And when they send money into this city, if it's federal dollars, they're not supposed to get these money to the illegals. That money is for the citizens here. We got black faces in high places selling black people out.
Thank you.
Selling black people out. And the sad thing about it, Mr. B, and I'm saying that over and over, when they have this election, all these same old house niggas, black ones and white ones and Hispanic, they're going to be right back in. We got to flip this red. We got to flip this red. If it takes arresting several of them and indicting them, good. You know that Chicago is known for the most corrupt city in the United States. And why would you say that, Mr.
True, because that gang violence is crazy, and gangsters even be bragging about paying off police. So, I mean, honestly, Chicago just has a history of gangsters. I mean, Al Capone, of course, the mafia, Jewish mafia, and now the Bloods and the Crips. So it has a history of, gang activity and, street violence. But not to this level now. I mean, the mafia was a little bit more clean about it. Well, considering we didn't have cameras back then, I can't really say that. So my bad.
The dead still vote. The dead still vote here.
Oh.
You understand what this?
Oh, okay. Hold on, man. He said the dead still votes here. I mean, well, we knew that. Trust me. That's been proven. That was proven in 2020. He's saying the dead still votes here. So you can't even trust the elections here. Well, shout out to the old head, man. Shout out to the old head in Chicago. Hey, look, man. Give you guys people from the ground. All right, though. Next story.
A tense situation that played out for hours outside of an Illinois ICE facility yesterday as 15 anti-ICE protesters were arrested while clashing with state police. Chief U.S. Border Patrol Operating Commander Greg Bovino is in charge of Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago. He's been there for days. Chief, thanks for joining us today. What is your reaction to what is a tense situation you saw in that video, but really it's been going on for days there, endangering your agents and now state police?
Well, good morning and thanks for having me. That is indeed a tense situation there at Broadview. It's been that way for several weeks, as you say, and no let up in sight. So a lot of tempers flaring there with those protesters, but we're ready. Broadview is protected, and although the National Guard's not there, Griff, that facility's protected. We're not going to let anything happen to our agents, officers, or those detainees. And I must say, Illinois Highway Patrol is doing a good job.
Well, and Chief, what do you make of the fact that the governor of Illinois, Pritzker, and the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, claims to, in his words, be the leader of this resistance? What do you say to them?
Griff, I think they've even used that term rebellion now. So what I can say is that when President Trump uses the term insurrection, well, he was right yet again. What's the rebellion over, Griff? Is the rebellion over upholding illegal aliens over American citizens? Is that what the argument is here? Because that's what it seems like. And it's a sad state of affairs for the governor and the mayor. You talk about misplaced priorities, misplaced priorities.
When, you know, you're to be commended for the work you're doing. Yesterday, I was highlighting the violent illegal alien criminals that have been taken off the streets during Operation Midway Blitz, which includes convicted murderers and child rapists, among many others. But yet, in all of this, it's put agents' lives at risk. You specifically had an alleged bounty put on your head, $2,000 to kidnap you, $10,000 to take you out. But yet, the lawyer for the alleged suspect is painting this individual as some sort of Illinois family man. They write this: Juan has resided in the U.S. for 30 years, and throughout his time in Chicago, he has had no prior criminal history or gang affiliation. He even coaches his kids' sports teams. Juan is innocent of these charges. Juan, his family and supporters remain steadfast in their confidence in his innocence and his character as a hardworking, law-abiding member of society. Your reaction, sir?
So here we have a hardworking Illinois man. It's amazing how that narrative plays over and over and over. I'll tell you what he was hardworking at. He was hardworking at being a illegal alien gang member. The Latin Kings was the gang he was affiliated with. He was
Every
also
single
very
time.
hardworking at trying to kill, maim, or injure federal law enforcement agents. And unfortunately, that bounty still stands and has actually risen because Griff, the Latin Kings are associated with drug cartels, i.e. terrorist organizations. So those bounties remain and in fact have actually increased because of this, quote, hardworking man. It's unbelievable.
It's frightening to hear you say, Chief, that these bounties have increased. I've only got about 15 seconds, but quickly, how concerned are you that if this continues to escalate, one of your men and women could lose their lives?
Absolutely, and that's what we're that's what we're focused on now, is conducting that mission, but conducting that mission in a very non-permissive environment. Let me tell you, the mission will continue. We will accomplish the mission. And, you know, it's a tough situation out there on the streets of Chicago.
Chief Gregory Bovino, be safe out there. Thank you for taking time today.
All right, guys. And let's get over to the next video. Oops, there we go. All right, now let's go to this little interview with Zelensky. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate your support, by the way. You guys been great. I think after this, we can go ahead and get over into Conspiracy Hour if y'all want. All right, guys, let's go ahead and play this one real quick.
Now to my exclusive interview with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who this morning spoke a second time with President Trump. President Zelensky, thank you so much for joining the Sunday briefing. I want to get your reaction to this peace deal that we're seeing unfold in Gaza. We are watching scenes of celebration that a short while ago seemed impossible, and very soon we're going to see the hostages come home. Does seeing this deal reached between Israel and Hamas give you renewed hope that President Trump can achieve a similar outcome for Ukraine?
I just had a conversation a phone call with President Trump. I congratulated him. This is real success. This is so important. And this is what people will come back home. And so important that ceasefire between us, ceasefire, it's big, huge step to peace deal. That's why I think this is real success. And of course, it gives signals for us and hope that with such pressure, what President Trump used in Middle East to make peace, and I hope that he will use the same instruments, even more, to pressure Putin to stop his war in Ukraine. I hope so, and I spoke about it with President.
Yeah, tell me about that phone call that you had with President Trump. What did he say about either Gaza or the war in Ukraine? What's coming next? Tell me about your conversation.
No, he said really that in Ukraine it's more difficult and it's a bigger war. Putin really doesn't want, and he doesn't feel full pressure on him. For example, like Americans with partners, what they did in what they did, like with the Iranians and with Iran. We need two things. I think, to make real pressure on Putin. I said to him that we need real air defense. And the second point, to have long distance capabilities. They produce Iranian drones. They produce thousands of them, and they use during one day, they use 500 plus Iranian drones. And that's the same North Korean they did with artillery. So it's difficult for Ukraine. Yes, we are not, we are a strong country, but not so big. To be against Russia and the Iranians and North Koreans is too much. That's why we spoke about.
Whoa there, Zelensky. Whoa there, my man. Treating Russia like we did Iran. Here's the problem. Yeah, Russia got more people and they got nukes. You know, there's nuclear superpower. You know, it's kind of in the name there. So yeah, treating Russia like Iran is out the question.
Tomahawks and other things.
Did he approve the Tomahawks?
We work on it, and I'm waiting from President. Yes,
on Moscow or something like y'all tripping.
Decisions, but we will see.
Okay,
we will see.
Part of President Trump's achievement brokering this peace deal with Gaza, in Gaza rather, between Israel and Hamas, involved pressuring both sides.
We're gonna bomb Moscow. We might as well bomb Beijing while we're at it. Like, man, y'all tripping.
And a threat of real destruction to Hamas if they did not agree. Hamas knew that threat was real. But Russia is a nuclear power. So what can President Trump do in the case of Ukraine to make a difference like it did with Hamas? What are those fine points that will turn the tide of this war?
We don't imagine that Russia can use nuclear weapons. Otherwise, we need the new planet. So, I mean, this is crazy decisions. But there are things which are very painful for aggressor, in this case, for Russia, and for everybody. When countries, strong countries like United States, European countries, Canada, Japan, when they use such instruments as sanctions or tariffs, it really has influence on domestic questions. So we need strong sanctions on Russia. This is number one.
I mean, we already have strong sanctions on Russia. I mean, they're already kind of operating outside of the dollar. So any more sanctions would be useless. And tariffs, I mean, let's be honest, they're not really doing too much business with us. So, I mean, that's not really going to do much to them. I mean, the best thing we done was try to tariff India for buying so much damn oil and weapons from Russia. And we got blamed for that. I mean, y'all was trying to shame us over that. So it's like, I was asking them, do y'all want the war stopped or not? Because you can't get mad every time Trump makes a move to stop it. And then you also want to say, but, oh, stop the war, Trump. It's like he's trying, but y'all get mad every time he makes a move.
The second point, when we have private sector from different countries, even in Europe, even our close partners, I mean, and private sectors they buy energy, it's not right. And with these points, I agree with President Trump. I'm on his side that Europe has to stop to buy any kind of energy from Russia.
Yeah, how close are we to that happening? Because the president said he would do these secondary sanctions, but first, NATO countries and the EU have got to get off Russian oil. How soon could we see that happen?
I heard it. So we speak with Europe. We are thankful to Europe because of the 19th package. If United States will make parallel way decisions, secondary sanctions, very painful for Russia. Everybody understands it. It depends on President Trump will. And I agree with President. I'm asking him to put this to support this package of secondary sanctions, and of course, not to connect it with European decisions. But I agree that Europe has to stop to buy. And by the way, Europe made big progress. I spoke with a lot of leaders, and really, Europe decreased 80% of their contracts on energy during all this period of war. But it's not enough. I agree with Americans, and it's not enough. The question with Slovak and Hungarians, and I think that
Bro, when you want to get into it with a nuclear superpower, this is all we can do. I mean, you can sit there and complain, oh, we're not doing enough. I think we need to do more, bro. We can't. I mean, we've already tried to pull all the financial levers, and these guys are still going. Still. Their economy's on the last leg, Zelensky, and they're still going. We don't know what else we could do for you, bro, and we're not going to put boots on the ground over Ukraine. Like, even if y'all guys were to get nuked today, we still wouldn't do it, sadly. So we don't know what else we could do but put economic pressure. We're not going to treat them like Iran and just bomb them to get them to give up and stop hitting y'all like we did Israel, because y'all not Israel, which is kind of effed up to say, but it's reality.
Can do it. From our side, we spoke with Slovak, and with Hungarians it's more difficult. We don't speak with them, but President Trump can speak with Hungarians and the pressure on him. But with Slovak, we can find alternatives.
I want to ask you about the Tomahawks and long-range missiles, but I have a few other questions on another topic first. On Friday, the First Lady, Melania Trump, announced that she's had an open line of communication with Vladimir Putin to facilitate the return of Ukrainian children who are now in Russia. How many children, Ukrainian children, does Russia have? And how soon could we see more coming home?
The minimum what we know that 19,000, about 19.
And
maybe.
Shout out to Melania Trump. She was able to go ahead and get some not students, but some Ukrainian children freed from Russia that was captured during the war. So shout out, the First Lady. Shout out to the First Lady for getting those kids released because, well, she's the one who sent the letter to Putin. And I believe that's the only reason why Putin did it, was to show United States maybe a sign of good faith, even though they're not going to stop bombarding Ukraine. At least they showed that, well, we're not going to hurt the children, but we're still going to bombard Ukraine, though. Well, I know we got something, right?
More, but 19,000, we understand, been stolen by Russia. 19,000 of children. Then 1,600 we already brought to Ukraine. Yeah, we have the program Bring Kids Back. We have 40 countries who are in this coalition of helping to bring back children. I'm thankful to President Trump, and I'm thankful to First Lady that they have contact with the First Lady of Ukraine, and for this step. So we're very thankful. If First Lady of the United States, she will continue this work. And I understand that there are a lot of challenges in the United States, but God bless. I think this topic is also will be in focus of First Lady and of the United States.
It's nice to hear some good news every once in a while. I also want to ask about the Nobel Peace Prize. You have personally witnessed President Trump's commitment to brokering peace across the world. You've seen the kind of pressure that he applies to get it done. Sometimes you've been on the receiving end of that pressure. This year's Nobel Peace Prize went to Venezuela's opposition leader. What was your reaction to that? Do you think that President Trump should be nominated next year? Would you do it?
I think that.
I mean, if Trump can get the bombs and the drone strikes to stop happening in his country, for sure. But if not, then I don't see Zelensky being the biggest fan of Trump in 2026.
We will be very happy to nominate President Trump next year Nobel Prize if he will, because only him for today, only him can. So if he will pressure and stop Putin, if he will put Putin at the table of dialogue, negotiations, if President Trump will stop these killings. And I think that ceasefire, sometimes we understand that ceasefire is not, it's not really finishing the war, but between us, we understand that ceasefire, this is the biggest step to the final to finish the war. But if he will do it, I hope so, and God bless that he can do it. Of course, in this case, we will nominate him, and we will be proud to congratulate him.
Wonderful. I also want to ask you about these long-range missiles. Last month, President Trump said that Russia's military is a paper tiger. He said that Ukraine is positioned to win back all of its territory. And he's been considering giving these Tomahawks to Ukraine, giving Ukraine access to the Tomahawks. He said, though, first he would want to know what Ukraine would hit with those missiles. Have you told the president what kinds of targets Ukraine would want to hit? And has he made any indication that an answer will come soon?
Yes, so it's only military goals, only military. We never, even with all, with all this pain of losses of our families and our soldiers and our civilians and children, even with all this pain, but our people, we never attacked their civilians. This is the big difference between Ukraine and...
I mean, let's be quite honest. If you did attack the civilians, I mean, yeah, Putin's going to start unleashing the hypersonic missiles, bro. And we don't want those problems. Like I said, I do feel like Putin's kind of playing his hand a little bit because he doesn't want to, steamroll Ukraine when he can. So, nah, I don't think you want to attack inside or Moscow or civilian targets. Trust me. I mean, Putin shouldn't be doing it either. Trust me. He shouldn't be doing it either. But, well, how much damage can you really inflict on Putin? Like, can you nuke Putin? Can you wipe Moscow off the map? You can't. But Putin can for sure wipe Kiev off the map.
And Russia. That's why if we speak about long range, we speak only about military goals. That's it.
On the long-range strikes, the president recently signed off on plans to share intelligence to facilitate Ukraine's ability to conduct those long-range strikes into Russia. But according to some reports, U.S. officials were waiting on written instructions from the White House to begin sharing that intelligence. Has that happened yet?
I can't share, sorry, Jackie, I can't share everything about intelligence with you. With pleasure, but I can't. So
said another way, are you comfortable where things are right now?
Now we are comfortable how our two intelligences, our two institutions work. They have very strong relations for today.
Okay. And Russia and Ukraine have been exchanging strikes on energy infrastructure. What is the situation like on the battlefield, and what are your concerns heading into this winter?
This is what I shared when I was in Washington with President. I said to him, when Russia tries to sell you, Mr. President, that they can, and they are such strong that they can occupy East, you will see closer to winter when they will not do it because they are not so strong as they speak. On the battlefield, they're not, there is no success. And there is no any kind of victory, but that's why they're trying to push this, really energy terror. For example, just Jackie, the last example, they attacked at night our region, Odessa. I don't know if you know. I think you know Odessa region. Yeah. So and Odessa, and they destroyed all the electricity. Of course, electricity will be renovated during these days.
I want to ask you about Ukraine's innovation, because you've made some pretty impressive advances with your anti-drone air defense technology. How effective is this new technology if you had to give it a percentage rate?
So this is drone is cheapest, by the way, cheapest way how to destroy Iranian drones. They now the percent of destroying is 68.
Wow.
So I mean, this you understand, 68% of successful destroying. But the problem that you need thousands of them. Right. According to, for example, 500-600 of Shaheeds each day. It means that you need 1,000 of such interceptors. And we don't have for today enough money to put for private productions, private companies to increase their production. So this is one problem, but I think that we will manage it.
Finally, we can end here, but I want to ask about these recent Russian drone and jet incursions into NATO airspace. It's been ramping up. Where do you think Putin is going with this war?
The first point, he wanted to see a real reaction of Europe, and I think that it was not loud enough, and he didn't see a real reaction. The second point, not political, very practical, that he saw what air defense capabilities, how Europe is ready for one or another attack.
You see these as a test then?
I think, yes, it was a test. And he saw, so he looked at Nordic countries, he looked at the reaction of Poland, and they destroyed 20%. And just to remind to everybody, and I said it to Europeans, look at this situation. He made the same with Crimea. That's why I said, I think this is the most dangerous reason, if I'm right, that he's testing and preparing his society.
Nope.
History is the most
Nah.
important teacher.
Nah, he's not doing. I mean, look, if Putin is smart, if he's smart, then no, he's not going to go ahead and throw himself into war to destroy his country. I mean, he's not about to just repeat the mistakes of the Soviet Union. I mean, if he does, then I mean, hey, we're about to see this. We're about to see a Soviet Union part 2. It's going to be the downfall of Russia. So if he does the same exact thing, then he's screwed. But I highly doubt if even if he's able to take over all of Ukraine, it would take some time to build up his army, at least like, I don't know, maybe like 5-10 years before he's able to try to even take over another country. And I mean, let's be quite honest. I mean, we can't just attack the man on the if and the maybe.
We'll have to leave it there. President Volodymyr Zelensky, thank you so much for joining the Sunday briefing. We hope to have you back again soon, sir.
But no, I mean, hey, I'm praying for the man. I mean, it does seem like Putin don't want to talk business and he's trying to assassinate. So we'll see how that works out for my man Zelensky. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into conspiracy hour.
2 shooters and a magic bullet. Those words echo with their simplicity, but when examined together...
I mean, man, look, JFK was a magic bullet. Charlie Kirk, magic bone. Apparently that stops, 30-odd bullets. Well, 30-odd gun bullets. So, I mean, hey, man, that thing is tearing through a cow's femur. It's tearing through some crazy things. I mean, thicker than the human collarbone. So, I mean, we'll see.
Paints a damning portrait. A picture of a cover-up so bold, so in your face, that it seems almost impossible. But for some people, this theory is more than that. It's a cold, dark reality. Charlie Kirk, to many in America, was a beloved figure. And so naturally, when they watched his publicly...
He still is.
Televised execution on their phone screens about a month ago, they reacted with pure horror. And immediately, people tried to make sense of what had happened. Who could have wanted Charlie dead? Who was able to pull this thing off? Quickly, the government provided a narrative that's been debunked, but a narrative nonetheless. A young man named Tyler Robinson had seemingly snapped, committed the crime, dumped the evidence near the crime scene, and had texted someone a detailed confession, which corroborated every detail that the FBI had presented.
Well, in spirit of Charlie Kirk, let's just play this funny video in spirit.
That's why 98% of Wiggers are white. What's up, big
Faggot
guy?
on the roof. We have a faggot on the roof.
You mean a sniper?
Where does...
And that's why...
All right. Now back to the sad story. Or, well, to the sad reality of it.
Snapped, committed the crime, dumped the evidence near the crime scene, and had texted someone a detailed confession, which corroborated every detail that the FBI had presented. It seemed almost too perfect. Well, that's because, in the eyes of many people, it was. The FBI's timeline unfolds, as we talked about already in another recent video, with a mechanical precision. At approximately 12:23 and 30 seconds on September 10th, Charlie Kirk, seated on stage, sustains a neck wound from a .30-06 round fired by Tyler Robinson from the rooftop roughly 142 yards away. Tyler Robinson, a 22-year-old gamer with a family heirloom Mauser Model 98 rifle, allegedly etched anti-fascist slogans on his casings and confessed in messages to his partner about planning the hit amid frustration with Charlie Kirk's hatred. The weapon, modified with a modern barrel for .30-06 compatibility, was recovered in the woods near the crime scene later that day, wrapped in a towel, which, coincidentally and very luckily for the FBI, had Tyler Robinson's DNA on it. Now, Utah Governor Spencer Cox later described Tyler Robinson's shift from a family of republicanism to leftist politics as potentially having been a radicalization arc. According to the authorities, though, there were no accomplices. There was no broader plot. All this was a lone gunman exploiting the lax security on a public campus to carry out a singular, rash evil deed. This narrative, however, hinges exclusively on unchallenged assumptions. The rifle's traceability, the bullet wound and trajectory, and Tyler Robinson's sole culpability. Yet, as independent voices like firearms analyst Gary of Paramount Recovery have noted, quote, "Every time new information comes out, we get more questions than answers," end quote. Stephen Gardner, another credible source per Gary, has publicly echoed this sentiment as well, drawing from testimony given to him by witnesses close to Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization. According to many, the bullet's fragmentation and lodging in Charlie's body seems to defy, against all odds, standard .30-06 behavior. A little more context though. The .30-06 Springfield, a century-old cartridge born from World War I battlefields, is renowned for its versatility in hunting and long-range shooting. Loaded with a 150-grain Nosler ballistic tip, the weapon can achieve potential muzzle velocities of 2,910 feet per second, delivering 2,820 foot-pounds of energy, which, to put it plainly, is enough force to kill a massive elk from 500 yards away. In ballistic gelatin tests, rounds fired from a .30-06 Springfield penetrate a whopping 20 to 30 inches through the gelatin before exiting, and most of the time, they do exit the gelatin block after penetrating that distance, often with a yawing that creates cavities up to 12 inches wide. So, according to many people online, I talked about this a lot in my last video, if the gun used really was a .30-06, and if the shot really was taken from that distance and really did hit with that precision, the death of Charlie Kirk should have looked a lot different. There should have been blood, a lot more blood, I should say. There should have been a much larger...
I know, according to all the ballistic videos I've been seeing, and I mean, sorry for... Well, I mean, the lack of censorship on this, but it should have decapitated him. I mean, the way the .30-06 like go through, I mean, animal bones that are thicker than human bones and neck, all that good stuff. I mean, it should have low-key decapitated this man. Sad. I mean, that's just a sad reality of it. All right, let's get back to it.
Larger wound. There should have been a spray of blood behind Charlie splattering across the canvas backdrop which hung behind him. There also, as many people have noted, should have been an exit wound. However, none of that happened. According to the FBI and eyewitnesses, along with Charlie's surgeon, there was no exit wound. Obviously, there was no blood sprayed behind him. There was only a small wound up front. So, when looking at the gun and looking at the wound and analyzing the distance, how does this make any sense? You have experts that have worked with these weapons for their entire lives. Hunters, people that have served tours, people that just love guns and know them inside out. And they're all saying that this clearly wasn't the weapon used in the shooting, and that it had to have been something smaller, and potentially that it had to have been fired from a different angle. But on the flip side of the coin, you have the FBI and the authorities, who we all know have lied to the American people thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of times, saying that their story is the truth and that you should just never question it. It was a .30-06, and that's just what it looked like. So, who are we supposed to believe? There's also the fact that Andrew Colvert, a man associated with Turning Point USA, publicly claimed after the assassination that Charlie Kirk was essentially struck by a magic bullet. Yes, he claimed that the result of the assassination was a miracle, some sort of spiritual intervention. Instead of the bullet going straight through Charlie, potentially hitting someone else and sending blood and gore flying that day, a miracle happened, and Charlie Kirk's body actually managed to stop the bullet. Andrew even referred to Charlie as the Man of Steel, claiming that he was almost like Superman in his ability to stop bullets. However, this conclusion defies all known science and research surrounding these weapons and bullets, and is frankly just unbelievable. I want you to consider, if you're watching or listening, which possibility is more realistic. That Charlie Kirk experienced some sort of magical religious miracle, stopped the bullet with his body, and prevented anyone else from getting hurt, or that the FBI and other authorities have been...
I'm gonna be real with you, bro's bone would have had to become like titanium at a certain point. Like, I don't know. I don't know if there's there's not enough veggies and push-ups and milk in the world that can help you develop that type of bone strength. I'm sorry.
Lying about just what type of bullet was fired at Charlie Kirk and where that bullet was fired from. I'll leave that up to you to decide. I'm not talking down on or minimizing any sort of religion that you guys might hold close to your hearts or any sort of spiritual belief system you might have. I just want you to consider what is more realistic in this case. Now, this is where things get really interesting. By the way, before we get into this, please make sure you comment on this video, tell me what you think of this whole thing, like this video, subscribe to the channel, or share the video out on your social media. YouTube does not like these sorts of videos. They do not push these sorts of videos. So this entire channel, what we've built here, has been entirely grassroots. And I'm so thankful to every single person who has joined me along the way on this journey. And yeah, just if you could please leave a comment or a like, I would really appreciate it. But let's dig into it. Charlie Kirk's autopsy, per leaked details that have been corroborated by Turning Point USA insiders, tells a completely different story of what may have happened that day. Just take a look at this.
My understanding from speaking with a couple of people high up at Turning Point USA, they let me know that the injury took place right below the jaw in the C2. The bullet crashed through C2 all the way through C7. And then they found the bullet lodged in that meaty area around T1, the thoracic first vertebrae.
I confirmed, obviously, because I have connections, and I confirmed that the autopsy was done. I don't want to say too much, but the autopsy yielded where the entry wound was and how the bullet killed him. It's already been determined. They found the bullet lodged in his body. They can tell you exactly where, what was severed, what killed him, where the bullet traveled from his neck down through his body. They have it all, fragmentation of the round that spouted through his body. They have all of that.
As of October 8th, 2025, the full autopsy report on Charlie Kirk's death remains sealed and unreleased to the public by the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner. Despite state law, Utah Code 26B8217, effective May 7th of this year, mandating autopsies for all homicides and allowing limited public access under certain conditions.
What?
This opacity, or rather lack of transparency, has fueled public speculation. But
bro, it's like they damn near pre-planned this bullshit. It's like, what you mean we can't get the Okay, whatever.
Partial details have emerged through official statements, prosecutorial filings, and insider medical disclosures. According to officials and insiders, an autopsy was indeed performed shortly after Charlie Kirk's death on September 10th at the State Medical Examiner's office in Salt Lake City, involving one of 8 board-certified forensic pathologists on staff. The procedure was expedited though, lasting only approximately 1 to 2 hours due to the high-profile nature of the case and the involvement of the FBI. The hasty autopsy was performed in order to allow Charlie Kirk's body to be released and transported to Phoenix, Arizona for his eventual embalming and memorial services. Now, contrary to early rumors amplified on social media, such as a false circulated 911 audio clip falsely claiming no autopsy was performed before the death certificate was issued, this was debunked as misinformation. The most detailed publicly available insights come from statements by Turning Point USA spokesman Andrew Colvett and the attending trauma surgeon at Intermountain Utah Valley Hospital, where Kirk was pronounced dead approximately 10 to 15 minutes post-shooting. These statements, which I already talked about before, about the magic bullet that Charlie's body miraculously stopped, align with preliminary medical summaries referenced in the charging documents filed on September 16th of this year by Utah County prosecutors, which describe a single entry wound to the front left of Charlie's neck, but curiously, they omit granular pathology and instead choose to focus almost solely on evidentiary links to suspect Tyler Robinson. The entry point where the bullet entered Charlie's body is consistently reported as having been the front left neck area, approximately at or below the level of the Adam's apple, based on video evidence which shows blood emanating from that precise location after Charlie was shot. I have indeed seen that video many times at this point, and there's no denying that that was right where he was struck, right about here. No exit wound, though, was observed, as I stated before. The .30-06 Springfield round, fired from a bolt-action rifle, which was recovered near the rooftop, seemed to have lodged itself subcutaneously, or just beneath the skin, at the back of Charlie's neck, without fully traversing the body. Well, that's at least according to the report. Pathologically, the bullet's trajectory is described as having been shallow and destructive within the neck tissues, causing severe vascular damage, likely damage to the jugular vein or carotid artery, which led to rapid exsanguination, hemorrhage, and hypovolemic shock. Charlie Kirk's surgeon actually attributed the round's failure to penetrate more to an alleged exceptional bone density in Charlie Kirk's cervical vertebrae, which slowed and fragmented the projectile upon impact with the C3 to 5 region of the spine, preventing spinal cord transection but still inducing catastrophic soft tissue trauma. This analysis is supposedly supported by EMS records noting non-pulsatile blood flow from Charlie's wound, indicating venous involvement rather than arterial spurting, and Charlie Kirk's pupils being fixed and dilated while en route to the hospital are a sign of terminal brain anoxia from blood loss. The official cause of death is gunshot wound to the neck with massive internal hemorrhage. The toxicology results were negative, and no pre-existing conditions contributed to Charlie's death, according to those leaks that were made to media outlets. Now, these details, I should say, and there's a lot of dense terminology here, but we're going to get to some visuals in a second. These details emerged one at a time. First, there were the initial hospital statements on September 11th, focused on Charlie's neck trauma and death. And by September 21st, Andrew Colvett had tweeted and referenced the surgeon's miracle comment about the magical bullet and no exit wound. And on October 2nd, fact-checked consolidated conflicting reports that had been spread in the media into a cohesive narrative of shallow bullet penetration. Essentially, everyone seemed to come together in the end and stick to a very specific story. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front, the bullet barely penetrated him, it hit an artery or a vein, and he died. According to the leaks, the slug that actually killed Charlie was indeed recovered during his autopsy, and it was found to have been intact enough for rifling analysis, though its exact deformation, like yawing or fragmentation, remains officially undisclosed. But to many, this leaked information makes no sense at all. To contextualize the autopsy findings, consider the .30-06 Springfield's established performance in both battles and hunting excursions, which starkly contrasts with the reported shallow path and limited penetration in Charlie Kirk's case. Developed in 1906 for US military use and refined during World War I, this cartridge is prized and, once again, typically utilized for big game hunting due to its flat trajectory and terminal ballistics. Essentially, all of this, everything that I've said so far, is a very long-winded way of saying that typically this round fired from this weapon creates much more carnage when it hits a target. Yep. For example, when elk are shot from hundreds of yards away, much further away than the distance that Charlie Kirk was shot from, its bones shatter. It's a gruesome sight. And elk are massive creatures with 1.5 to 2 times the bone density of humans. It really makes you think, doesn't it? This same gun and same round can take down a 1,000+ pound elk from more than double the distance, and it still hits with such power that it shatters the elk's bones, leaves massive gaping bloody wounds, which looks nothing like what happened to Charlie. At around 142 yards, the estimated distance from the Lossy Center rooftop to Charlie Kirk's position where he was shot, the round fired from the rifle should have retained a velocity of 1,800 to 2,000 feet per second and a power of 1,200 to 1,500 feet per pound, far exceeding thresholds for full tissue traversal in a human torso. You see, typically a round will penetrate anywhere from 12 to 18 inches through a human neck or chest. Yet, the autopsy of Charlie's body indicates that only around 6 to 8 inches of flesh were penetrated. There was entry at the anterior neck, deflection off of cervical vertebrae, and lodgement posteriorly without spinal severance or an exit wound. Forensic pathologists online have noted this fact as being extremely anomalous and bizarre, but technically plausible if the bullet struck Charlie at a shallow angle, like 30 to 45 degrees downward from the elevated rooftop, thus maximizing bone interaction. The surgeon's bone density explanation, though, while anecdotal, echoes cases where atypical skeletal robustness fragments high-velocity projectiles, as seen in historical military autopsies. Basically saying that according to historical records and previously documented incidents, human bones have at times been strong enough to cause a bullet to sort of behave in a similar fashion. Charlie Kirk, at age 31 and physically active, fit the profile of someone whose bones could have been dense enough to cause this sort of activity. However, no quantitative densitometry scans from the autopsy have been released to substantiate the claim that Charlie's bones were incredibly dense, irregularly, unnaturally dense enough to stop a magical bullet. They haven't released any information stating, yeah, you know, we said that his bullets are dense, but here, we've run the tests and check this out, they're actually dense. It's essentially their word against ours at this point. But before we get into the next portion of this theory, you need to understand a few basic things about the human skeleton and human anatomy. The human spine consists of 33 vertebrae, divided into 5 regions. There is the cervical vertebrae, C1 through C7, the top 7 vertebrae in the neck, which support the skull and allow head movement. There's the thoracic vertebrae, T1 through T12, the 12 vertebrae in the upper and mid back connected to the rib cage. There's the lumbar, L1 to L5, the 5 vertebrae in the lower back bearing much of the body's weight. There's the sacral, S1 through S5, 5 fused vertebrae forming the sacrum, part of the pelvis, and the coccygeal, or tailbone. Each vertebrae is named by its region and number. For example, the C1 is the first cervical vertebrae, and the spinal cord, a bundle of nerves running through the vertebrae, carries signals between the brain and your body. A bullet hitting the spine can damage the vertebrae or bones, the spinal cord, and nerves, or both, leading to varying degrees of disability or death. Now, the cervical vertebrae, or the C1, C2 vertebrae, are critical because they're closest to the brain and they control vital functions. A bullet that hits this area is often life-threatening or catastrophic due to the spinal cord's role in breathing, heart rate, and movement. C1, Atlas, is the first cervical vertebrae, named after the mythological figure who carried the world, as it supports the skull. It forms a ring-like structure that allows the head to nod, like when you're saying yes, and a bullet hitting C1 could fracture the bone, destabilize the skull-spine connection, or sever the spinal cord, often causing instant death or high-level paralysis like quadriplegia due to its proximity to the brainstem. Then there's the C2 vertebrae, the axis, the second cervical vertebrae, which has a peg-like projection that allows the head to rotate, like when you're saying no. A bullet to the C2 can fracture the dens or vertebral body, potentially damaging the spinal cord and leading to paralysis or loss of functions like breathing if the injury is severe. The other cervical vertebrae, C3 through C7, protect the spinal cord and support your neck movement. Injuries here can cause partial paralysis or disrupt nerve signals to the body, depending on the level of damage. Now, this all might be a little confusing, and it's definitely some dense information, but that explanation and knowledge will come in handy in just a second. So let's move into a few examples. I recently came across a video here on YouTube from the creator Valhalla VFT. I've actually seen some of his content before. If he's watching this, what's up, dude? And I absolutely loved it. So I have to give a massive shout out to him and his channel, and I need to tell y'all to go subscribe to him if you aren't subscribed already. He's been on top of this Charlie Kirk stuff since day one, and I have to give him lots of credit for the work that he's done. But right now, we're going to take a look at a few clips from a recent video that he released where he actually went through and analyzed what the autopsy reports say about the magical bullet that struck Charlie, the proposed trajectory of the round, and the truth behind the claims. The first clip is him analyzing the official story and report. Just take a look.
All right, guys, so basically a middle school math problem. This isn't that hard to figure out. We know that, according to the medical examiner report, this 30-06 round came in, hit him in the C2, traveled down. All right, you guys are going to notice some huge problems with this right away, but let's go ahead and, just look at this objectively. All right, we got a protractor out. Let's put that right here on the C2. Okay, we do know, again, from where Tyler Robinson was shooting, it was a 9-degree slope with a 9-degree offset, essentially meaning almost directly on at a 9-degree slope, which we can travel out from our protractor from the C2 here at 9 degrees. Perfect. All right, as we pull the protractor off, what's the first huge glaring issue you guys are going to see here? Oh, well, if Charlie Kirk was sitting level, sort of parallel to the ground with his jaw, which he was, let me show you that real quick. All right, so we can see Charlie Kirk is not got his head all the way back like this. He's sitting pretty much flat, looking at the crowd. sort of jaw parallel to the ground as he gets hit. Boom, hit. So you can see that, right? It's actually a little bit of a tilt down even, okay? So let's look at this anatomically.
Not the
Right?
smoke.
This is essentially exactly how Charlie Kirk is sitting. And they want to tell you the medical examiner report confirms he was first hit in the C2 vertebrae right below the base of the skull. Biggest problem I see with that from the angle Tyler Robinson shoots him from is that would have hit him in the teeth or even above the teeth. There is no possible way that this round came from a 9-degree angle and a 9-degree slope and hit the C2 while not blowing through Charlie Kirk's face. It's not a thing. We also can see the C2 is not where that gunshot wound is. I can show you that right here. All right, as you can see here, yeah, he's got some tilt back now after he's been hit, but that round, sorry for my beard, that round is 2-3 inches below his chin. Okay, this round is not all the way up, just underneath the base of the jaw. It's pretty far down. I would say that's closer to the C4 or the C5 to where that round, to me, looks like he got hit. So big problems right away with this medical examiner report, but let's keep looking at this. All right, so we know this is not possible. Okay, this definitely didn't happen. But if we look at the actual sort of injury to Kirk, looks like he's shot closer to about right here, okay, on that left side of the neck. Now, if we look at it this way, now we can make this work for the location of the shot if it entrance and hits the C5, but that's not what they're saying. They're saying it hit the C2, traveled down all his vertebrae. It doesn't work.
So, as you can see there, just based on the initial analysis, to make this theory work, according to the leaked autopsy results and report, Charlie Kirk would have had to have been shot through the teeth to make the angle and spine strike location work, which clearly is not what happened. We've seen the footage, we know where Charlie was hit and how he reacted, but as Valhalla VFT continues to analyze all of this, things just get stranger and stranger.
Next thing with this, we're talking about a 30-06 round. Right now you have this 30-06 round traveling at 24 to 2,700 feet per second, or even less, doesn't even matter. Hits him, let's say, hits him in the C2, if this magic bullet that doesn't go through his face somehow. That then refracts straight down into the T1. Yeah, that's not what a 30-06 round is going to do if it hits a human neck vertebrae. We know it's going to blow right through. But even if there was some weird refraction, bullets aren't going to refract almost 90 degrees. We've talked about that. And then keep their actual velocity to be able to do that much damage. Not really a thing.
So as you're seeing there, the proposed trajectory of the bullet, based on the leaked alleged autopsy reporting, makes absolutely no sense. A bullet traveling almost 3,000 feet per second, delivering almost 3,000 pounds of power, it wouldn't have done what they're saying that it did. In addition, the path of the bullet makes absolutely no sense. The path that they're saying the bullet traveled in, it's absolutely egregious.
I mean, to be quite honest, like I said, it had turned into another JFK situation. Thank God we didn't have HD cameras when JFK got shot, because then we'd have literally seen a man's head deflate on live television and his brains put all on the back of the car. But, that's what the wife was reaching back, going for, was his brains that got hit all over the car because she was delirious. But that's a whole nother story. But pretty much what I'm saying is that, if it was a 30-06, we'd have literally seen a man head blow up in front of our eyes. HD cameras in 3 different angles.
When you actually look at a visual depiction of this, like the one Valhalla VFT created, and it becomes incredibly unbelievable. In his video, he then begins to theorize and hypothesize based on the alleged leaked data on what potentially actually could have happened that day. And based on his analysis, the results are nothing short of disturbing.
All right, so I've seen a bunch of different people talking about now, because of this report, this has to prove that Charlie Kirk had body armor, because again, it's an impossible shot. It's an impossible angle that it didn't hit him in the face, which, okay, that's kind of an interesting theory, but let's talk about that. All right, now we're talking about body armor, which again is going to be down here on the chest. Again, 9-degree slope. This is still where the shot came from,
which he didn't have.
The entrance wound. Okay, let's talk about the possibility that the bullet refracted off his body armor. First, let's also make sure that we acknowledge it's been disproven he had body armor on, and not only that, TP USA has publicly stated he had no body armor on. So
also, we'd have seen the hole in his shirt from the the bullet entering and then being reflected. We'd have seen a bullet in the shirt.
If you're going
a bullet hole in the shirt,
to operate under the assumption he has body armor on, you are calling TP USA nefarious liars. I'm not prepared to do that, because why would they purposefully lie about him having body armor on? That seems bizarre to me. But hypothetically, TPUSA is lying about this and he had body armor on. Let's look at it. Now, we're still talking about a 30-06 round, okay? A 30-06 round that supposedly comes down, hits him in the body armor, which, by the way, if he had body armor on so small that you couldn't see it through that tiny little shirt, it wouldn't be strong enough to stop a 30-06 round to begin with. But we're in hypothetics here. That then... okay, this almost makes me laugh doing this. That then refracts off the body armor, comes all the way up here at a 90-degree angle to hit this C2.
Crazy.
And then re-refracts straight back down, down to the T1. Guys, bullets are not pinballs. They don't do this, okay? They refract and do weird things as they move through, but changing total direction in almost 180 degrees is not possible. This is Newtonian physics says that's not a thing.
That's interesting because in a lot of discourse surrounding the Charlie Kirk case, I've read people theorizing that he potentially might have had body armor on, but like the original creator of that video stated, Turning Point USA has consistently denied that Charlie had any body armor on his body that day, and it also just doesn't make any logical sense. The whole thing makes absolutely no sense to me, but especially in this context, when you see this whole thing, bullet path, velocity, angles, all of it mapped out, it just seems to be almost impossible.
Again, we know he supposedly gets hit in the C2 first by the medical examiner's report. Well, let's look at that. We know where the actual wound is, which is here. Okay, well, for it, we know it can't have come from that slope. Again, it goes straight through his teeth, not a thing, unless his head was like literally all the way back. So what would it take for this round to have hit him where it hit him as an entrance wound and hit him in the C2 first? We can find that out pretty easily. We can start at the C2. We can come down with our angle here, and we can see that it actually would take a 38-degree upward angle for this to have potentially hit him where it hit him and then also hit the C2 first if he was shot from the front. Does that make a whole lot of sense? Well, maybe if the tunnel theory works. I don't know. That one seemed weird at the time. And then also keep in mind, the round still has to travel then straight back down, which bullets don't do. They don't do this, okay, guys? You would expect a bullet to refract out this way, refract up this way. It's not going to reverse this massive direction back the other way.
This to me is the most interesting portion of the argument that Valhalla VFT actually presents. To make this work, to make the alleged findings of the autopsy work, and to make this whole thing really make sense, Charlie, technically, according to this analysis, would have had to have been shot from below. If his body were to have been struck initially at the C2 near the top of the spine, the angle, in theory, would have had to have been drastically different than the one being presented in the alleged autopsy and medical findings. I mean, really, when you actually take a look at all of this and analyze the information gathered and presented, it seems like what they suggested happened is the most improbable series of events. Think about that. If this is the real autopsy, they're saying he was struck in the C2 near the very top of your spine. So imagine that. Touch the back of your neck. Feel how high up your spine goes up here. And they're saying that he was shot from above directly into that C2 area, which, like he pointed out, would mean that he would have had to have been shot through the teeth to go straight back to his neck there. Because you're shooting up, according to the official story. You're not shooting down. Now, if you're shooting below and the bullet goes up, that makes more sense. But just looking at it from the official story side of things, it's just lunacy.
Now, the really popular theory that Rob O'Neill just talked about, and Range Day Bro has talked about, a lot of people have talked about, which I have not discounted at all, have talked about him being shot from up and behind him. This is very interesting because this actually, besides one little piece, which is that they found around inside of him, this actually potentially makes the medical examiner report work with the injury and ballistics that all potentially work. Let's take a look at that. The C2 is going to be just behind the jaw there, as we've seen it, right? Now, if he gets shot from the back upper right, and again, we don't know what that angle would be because this is all hypothetical, right? We don't know where that shooter was, but anywhere you would think around the way the buildings were, they're all about that height, anywhere from like a 10 to maybe 15 degree angle here. Now, all of a sudden, if he's getting shot in the back right of the head that comes beneath the skull, anatomically, this actually works. It comes in, the back underneath his skull, hits him in the C2, and then blows out at a normal refraction angle exactly where we expect to see the exit wound in this case. That actually works perfectly, ballistically, anatomically, to have created that initial impact into the C2. It probably blows down here through the C4, does some damage through C5, C6, through C7 through cavitation. The biggest issue here is this is an exit wound, which means there would be no bullet found inside Charlie's body. That goes against the medical examiner's report.
So the behind the back to the side shot actually makes sense in this scenario, which would imply a second shooter who has yet to be identified. But what makes this hypothetical situation also fall apart is that, like he just said, that would make the wound on Charlie's neck an exit wound, which would mean that a bullet would not have been found in Charlie's neck during the autopsy, and also there would have been a wound on the back of his neck, which goes against all published information. So it's highly unlikely, but it is possible in the context of this analysis. I mean, who knows? Maybe the bullet wasn't there in the first place. Maybe it's just a cover-up of a cover-up. You never really know. Things are just strange in this story, if you couldn't tell by now. Very, very strange.
All right, and then there's one final potential here, and that was actually brought forward by Peak Prosperity. This is a fantastic video if you haven't seen it either. And he actually had the theory that the shot came from technically the front, but from a much more drastic angle, almost like a 45-degree angle. So we can look at that here too. All right, now, so this theory states that it must have come from a far more horizontal angle, right? It's because the front angle doesn't work at all, which I agree with, to come maybe up underneath the jaw. Even then, it's going to be tough where this comes to get to the C2. I don't think you do. I still think you in the C4, but to cause the actual damage at a much more steep angle, now all of a sudden, the refraction as this comes in and comes through here, the refraction comes down and potentially works that way. That's actually a bullet refraction that makes sense. All right, but then the biggest problem we have with this is then this probably doesn't hit him in the C2 either. So where are we left? What's the problem? Well, the problem is that the official narrative with Tyler Robinson, where he took the shot from the angle he took the shot, like I told you at the start of the video, with the type of weapon that he used, is not possible and does not match the medical examiner's report anatomically or mathematically. It doesn't work. So you have to then either say the medical examiner's report can't be right or Tyler Robinson isn't the shooter. These things cannot be true at the same time as far as we're sort of understanding it with science and math and physics. So what's the real story? Don't know.
So none of this really makes sense, as you can see. There are a lot of theories floating around out there, a lot of people claiming that a lot of different people or parties were responsible for the shooting, but what we don't really have a lot of right now is truth and clarity. We just have questions, unanswered questions with no real answers seemingly in sight. There's also something I want to show you right here.
One thing I wanted to bring up to you, I didn't know if you know this, but Utah is actually one of the very few states that they don't have to release public records about autopsies.
Oh, okay.
So they could cherry pick what gets released. So if you have a contact at Turning Point USA, that might be I also have someone who sent me a message from Fox, and they have already tried to request autopsy documentation, and they were told no, that in the state of Utah, they do not release them to the public. So if we get
just family members. So it had to be a family member who goes up there and get the autopsy report released.
information during the trial, or if whatever Turning Point USA decides to release, that will be the extent of what the public is given.
Yes, you heard that right. In Utah, they seem to have a specific law, or really a specific sort of loophole, which essentially in boiled down format makes it to where the authorities technically do not have to release autopsy reports or reports of that manner. And that's when you have to start asking questions yourself. Could this event have potentially been pre-planned by some group, some foreign body, some intelligence service to take place in a state where the cover-up would be easier to execute than in other states? Or was this really just coincidence? In this line of work, I don't believe in coincidences, and you shouldn't either. But what does all of this leave us with? Well, the autopsy, which officially remains sealed to this day, and the video ambiguities and irregularities, for example, the graphic footage showing Charlie Kirk's slow backwards collapse with limited initial blood, which defies the logic of what they're saying happened, have spawned a proliferation of theories on the internet, with theories being built from ballistic inconsistencies, withheld evidence, and Charlie Kirk's political profile and decisions, like, for example, his recent anti-Israel donor critiques. One of the biggest theories that I've seen floating around is the Mike Pack explosion, or i.e.
You know, that Candace proved right. Like, Candace came out and said that Charlie was turning against Israel. She had proof. Everybody called her crazy wacko Candace. Then she came with the receipts, and everybody had to shut up and turn in an apology form, which I hope you turned in. You can find the form in my post tab.
IED theory. This viral hypothesis posits that an improvised explosive device, or IED, was concealed that day within Charlie Kirk's Rode Wireless Pro lapel microphone, which you can visibly see planted on his chest before the shooting. The theory claims that this miniature explosive device was detonated remotely via an acoustic trigger, like an audible rifle crack as a signal, or potentially was even triggered by someone who was there in the audience that day. I've seen videos of the shooting, and I do have to admit, there's one specific angle that shows a member of Charlie Kirk's team seemingly clicking or messing with something in his chest pocket right as the fatal shot is fired. That almost looks like he clicks something in his pocket and then Kirk is shot. The timing, just visually upon looking at it, appears to be incredibly suspicious. Proponents of this theory constantly cite evidence that can be observed in video footage from that day. For example, there's the omnidirectional fabric displacement on Charlie's t-shirt. You know how his shirt jumps right as he's shot, suggesting a spherical blast over pressure, not linear bullet yaw. I've seen this come up a lot. Why did Kirk's shirt seem to explode on its own in a completely different area than where the bullet allegedly struck him?
All right, he getting into that Stu Peters argument, like this one right here.
Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie.
Let's get into it.
Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's Israeli security detail killed Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk's assassin is caught on tape. Blake Bednar has brought us this video. We'll break it down. Take a look at this. Here it is from the wide angle. Watch Charlie Kirk's right side of his t-shirt. Watch the lavalier lapel mic. Do you see it explode? Let's bring it in just a little bit closer. Watch this. Put it in a freeze frame. That is the explosion from Charlie Kirk's lavalier lapel mic. Want to see it again? Bring it in closer. Remember when we told you that that was absolutely an exit wound? Yeah, it is. Check the trajectory of the round that was deployed from that lavalier lapel mic. That went directly from Charlie Kirk's lapel. That went directly from underneath Charlie Kirk's white t-shirt up through his neck and created the exit wound that we told you was an exit wound immediately when we saw that exit wound. First we had exploding pagers. Now we have exploding mics. Do you remember the vector analysis from John Bray? That proves that all of the activity came from the mic that Charlie Kirk was wearing. Remember the palm gun guy in the brown shirt, that shadowy looking guy with the sunglasses? Yeah, he pushes the detonator. Clear as day.
Like, so right when he pulls it, Charlie gets shot. It's like weird. And he smiles. Just a little. Pulls it. Fires.
That's the assassin. That's the guy that
right
pushes
there.
The detonator, which perfectly aligns with the explosion that pushes that projectile through Charlie's right side of his neck and out the left side, creating the exit wound. That might just look like the chaos that you would expect after someone was publicly executed in broad daylight in front of 3,000 people. But in no way did that trigger man, that assassin in the brown shirt with the sunglasses, act alone. We have video now from Destiny that shows the handoff of this remote detonator.
But what is this, some tech you never seen before? Because they got to show me something I ain't never seen before to believe this. Like, guys, I'll be real with you. You would literally have to show me something that small, like a lapel mic, like just a small little square, and show me how you can make it shoot something at the speed of piercing human skin and evidently killing and breaking bone. I mean, you gotta show me something I ain't never seen before to believe that. But fun theory, though. Jumped the table, grabbed something, went to the other guy, grabbed something else, then ran out in a hurry. Let's watch one more time. Both men. Charlie gets shot. Those guys come over, make quick work.
We had John Cullen on the program last week, and he made a great point about ballistic acoustics being.
And shout out to appreciate the support, sis. She says, dude reminds me of this chick from the attempt on Trump, the one in the red hat who barely reacted. Oh, yeah, low key. I remember that too.
Altered to hide the location of the real shooter. Well, the same can be said to distract from the fact that there was no shooter. Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk. This guy, brown shirt guy, he's the assassin.
Oh, way. If you want security, the Israelis know what they're doing.
And that is what my man over here was calling out. Like, yeah, it was a bit strange how, bro kind of just pulled that sleeve and Charlie Kirk, got shot. It is a bit suspicious. Now, does it say that the mic fired out a projectile so freaking fast that it did all that damage? No. But could bro pull it in? There was a green light, showed the Tyler Robinson to take the shot? Possibly. I mean, MK Ultra was real.
Him in the neck. Also, they point out the fact that there's no shock plume visible in pixel flow vector mapping across multi-angle footage, which theorists claim should have been visible if the official story is really what happened. Talking in more detail, researchers have used online pixel flow vector mapping, a technique that tracks down pixel movement in videos to analyze the multi-angle footage of Kirk's assassination, and they claim that the absence of a shock plume or a visible air distortion from a high-velocity bullet suggests that the shooting may not have involved a real bullet fired from that same claimed location. It's very interesting for sure, and I could potentially talk more about all this analysis in another video, but we can save that discussion for another day. To put it plainly, the video doesn't show to some people what it's supposed to show. Analysis of the video shows, to them, a bold-faced lie. However, a little bit of factual rebuttal to this theory and why I'm not so sure that this would have been possible. There was no explosive residue, like for example C4 traces, in any of the preliminary forensic sweeps that were performed and then referenced in the FBI affidavits, and the full microphone and mic pack itself was recovered from the scene, intact, allegedly, for analysis. Now, you do have to take all of that with a grain of salt because, after all, this is the FBI telling us this, who we in this video are saying are lying, but it's also important to note that.
Shoot, I ain't gonna lie, I don't trust Cash Patel. I don't trust Cash no more, guys. He lost my trust. But let's make fun of the narrative a little bit with Jake GTV. Hilarious.
Good morning. Ongoing investigation on the active shooter leads us to a trans liberal with a Republican dad.
That'll create some division. We go live to the trusted FBI for more.
Get in, Tyler.
Yeah.
We're taking you to Dairy Queen. Great job, kid.
Okay, from now on, you just do what we say. Now go get your Dairy Queen. It still hasn't been 33 hours.
As we wait for the 33 hours, the FBI is hard at work coming up with a solid script to present to the public. How do we get away with this?
I got it. Let's just ask ChatGPT to generate us a story of young gay lovers from the 20s.
Genius.
When you're talking about things like going out to a crime scene, that's how you investigate that matter properly. And when you're talking about why did it take 33 hours, all of that is being triaged by the FBI because that's what we do.
We trusted you with the Epstein files. We definitely can trust you.
And that is facts. Shout out to. She says, wind, humidity, temp, all affect bullet trajectory. But hey, according to how all the ballistics guys want to be, or what they're saying is that, like I said, the bullet honestly should have took the man's head off. It literally should have, sorry to say it, but it literally should have took his head off if it was a 30-06. Like, I mean, that just seems to be the fact of the matter, that it should have did more damage. Now, was it that windy that day? Was the humidity crazy that day? I mean, it looked like a beautiful day to shoot a gun. Well, sorry to say it like that, but it looked like a pretty good day to shoot a gun. So, hey, I don't think that the wind or the temperature had too much to do on that day. But I don't know, unless heat throws off a trajectory, and y'all need to tell me something new. Like, tell me something new, guys. Inform me.
With this.
Right. Trust your government.
I'm willing
Noticing
to learn.
is antiseptic, right, John?
That's right. I think we might have found our suspect texting his furry lover. We're just waiting for him to confess.
Ugh, fine, but nobody my age sounds like that.
Shut up, Tyler, and send it.
Good thing they're rigorously pushing for a confession. It's like, let's get this over with, right?
Conspiracy theorists will believe anything these days, and this just in, we have footage of Tyler on the roof. Okay, here he is after disassembling the rifle to fit it in his pants, and now he doesn't have a shadow. Shapiro Steen, explain what we're seeing here.
Just because his shadow disappeared and our donors offered $1.5 million to find the killer doesn't mean we did it. But yes, he questioned too much. That's why we got rid of him.
We'll just say he reassembled it.
33 hours, 2 hours after the video footage was enhanced and released, and the suspect's father turned him in.
Seems like they could just show the actual footage of him taking the shot instead of that edited video, and all these conspiracy theories go away. Do they think we're retarded or something?
Hell yeah, Ching Chong. That's
all right. Now, and shout out my man Daniel Castro. ODM equals the erratic behavior of the bullet. I mean, that is true. That is true. But they haven't really released any yet. Wait, did they release it to show if it was old ammo? And I mean, if they did release what the bullet was, would we even be able to tell the age of it? And would they even disclose, like, yeah, well, this is why, the 30-odd narrative don't match up because he used old ammo, wah. I mean, eventually they're going to have to try to make it make sense. I mean, like you guys are. And you guys are trying to make it make sense. And you're giving pretty good, arguments here. But still, considering that everything went as planned, considering that he's not using old bullets, does it make sense?
based. I mean, at least show the video of the lavalier exploding or the Israeli Schaefer security company retrieving the weapon.
Shut it down, John. Let's not forget what happened to Jackie when she noticed. Now, make the dad MAGA and have him call it in now.
Are you ready to confess? He admitted it, okay?
Now, when do I get the 1.5 million?
Well, hope he gets his ransom money, right?
Well, it's officially been 33 hours.
Oh, how exciting.
Let's hear Cash thank the Viking pagan gods.
Charlie would love that.
To my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Forgive Tyler, for we know it was him, and there's nothing more to see here.
Good call, Erica. And if you still haven't followed Jake GTV yet, you might be severely retarded.
Okay, well, hold on. I can't go that far. But all right. Just to poke fun at the narrative a little bit. And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, yes, and can trace to barrel rifling even in pieces. I don't know, man. I feel like we might have to have a whole gun debate on that one. But I ain't the one to have it. I'll be real with you. I ain't the one to have it. Y'all be teaching me about guns most of the time, especially you and Dave. So, well, and Monty as well.
Fact. Also, independent journalists and hawk-eyed viewers online have enhanced the.
But I need somebody who loves guns who's against the narrative, and somebody who loves guns who's with the narrative. That'd be a good debate.
Footage of the moment that Kirk was shot for themselves, and they claim that in their analysis, they found micro vibrations in the video consistent with bullet air displacement, not any sort of controlled detonation. The theory persists though due to the t-shirt ruffle and obviously the angle at which Charlie really had to have been shot at if the autopsy report is going to make any sense, but it should be noted that high velocity shockwaves can disturb light fabric via something called bow wave pressure, which can be observed in hydrodynamic models. Another theory proposed by some online to explain what really happened suggests that the round actually first struck Charlie Kirk's chest, which according to this theory was protected by an AR-500 steel plate vest that he reportedly wore routinely. And then the bullet, after striking this armor, ricocheted upwards into his neck, which would in theory explain the shallow path and entry wound appearing to some as an exit wound. Eyewitnesses and frame-by-frame breakdowns highlight that 4-inch chest impact puff, that thing that comes off his chest that can be seen on Charlie's shirt before the neck begins bleeding, with something called the rifleman's rule being cited as deflecting the shot high. Digging into the rifleman's rule, when you shoot at an angle, uphill or downhill, the effective gravitational pull on the bullet is reduced compared to shooting on a level plane. Gravity acts perpendicular to the Earth's surface, but when shooting at an angle, only a component of gravity proportional to the cosine of the angle affects the bullet's drop along the line of sight to the target. This reduced gravitational effect means the bullet doesn't drop as much as it would on flat ground, causing the shot to impact higher than the shooter might expect if they use the same aim for a level shot. This, to some, is evidence used to justify this theory that the shooter really missed his shot. It hit a chest plate that Charlie was wearing, and then it bounced upwards into his neck at an angle. However, debunking this for a moment, we do have to mention the fact that it has been confirmed by multiple sources that Charlie Kirk was not wearing a bulletproof vest or any protection like that on the day he was killed. If he was wearing one, though, and maybe once again we're being lied to, this would indeed fit the damage profile. For example, the deformed slug recovered from Charlie's body would match the ricochet tumbling seen in the autopsy report. Ricochet tumbling occurs when a bullet, after striking a surface, deflects and vibrates and shakes around unpredictably and spins or tumbles within the object that it was shot inside of due to the impact altering its stability and trajectory. However, vector analysis performed on footage of the shooting from 3 different angles shows no primary chest vector, only secondary neck displacement. And so, due to these factors, many have counted this theory as false. Now, the theory that I find to be one of the most believable would be the low velocity or close range shot, potentially from behind theory. This theory theorizes that a suppressed 50 caliber PCP airgun or pistol could have been fired at Charlie from somewhere in the crowd or from behind him. Proponents of this theory cite the minimal blood loss seen when Charlie is shot, the small entry wound, the lack of an exit wound, Charlie's slow collapse, and the fact that there was no forward snap from Charlie going forward after suffering a high-velocity rifle shot from the front. There are a lot of mysterious characters in the Charlie Kirk assassination story. There's the distraction, the immediate fall guy, George Zinn. There are the employees that acted strange that day. There's the guy who ran to snatch the camera card from the camera mounted behind Charlie, the security guard who seemed to grab something from Charlie's pocket after he was shot and hand it to someone. There's so much to talk about. So many suspicious individuals involved. But focusing in on this theory, the main facet, I would say, is the fact that most people online seem to agree that a true 30-06 Grizzly round would definitely have left an exit wound on Charlie's body, which, as we all know, according to the official story, it didn't. This theory suggests that Charlie had to have been struck by a low-velocity projectile, fired from a much...
Hold on, a Grizzly round? I mean... Okay, so they know what type of bullet it was. It was a Grizzly round. I guess we're gonna have to look that one. I'm gonna have to look that one up later and let's see what that's about. Let's see when it came out. Let's see how old the bullet could possibly be. All that good stuff.
Smaller weapon, traveling roughly around 800 to 1,000 feet per second, and it's claimed that these conditions would have had to have been met in order for the observed 1 to 2 pints of blood that Charlie lost to really make sense. People have spent time endlessly analyzing the footage from that day. There are some people who claim they can visually see a second shooter. There are people saying there's other evidence that they noticed, like I said, the security guys acting weird, the hand signals, all of that stuff, but none of it is really conclusive. And this whole rabbit hole is indeed pretty interesting. Diverging for a second, we have to talk about the fact that Charlie Kirk for years had been a vocal pro-Israel advocate, frequently defending the Jewish state against campus anti-Semitism and social media disinformation. However, in the lead up to his death, some conservatives, including podcaster Candace Owens, have stated that Charlie had been souring on Israel and Netanyahu's leadership, fueling conspiracy theories that Israel might have been involved in his death. And I do think that it's all a little bit strange. It is known, based on leaked group chat.
I mean, let's be honest. If Israel lost Charlie Kirk, then I mean, let's be honest. They lost one of their biggest defenders, and a lot of people would start flipping on Israel.
Messages that just,
I mean, mainly the youth. And I mean, let's be real. That means Israel would have no more funding whenever the youth gets into power. And I'm talking about, myself and above.
just before his death, literally a few days before
Millennials
he
in a
was shot
boat.
and killed, in a message with influential members of the Turning Point USA team and other leaders in his life, stated the following. This is the exact text exchange, which has been confirmed to be true by Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Ugh, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Now, that's pretty bizarre. We know that Israel, as a political state, has committed countless crimes over the years and been given a free pass by American leadership. For example, there's the Promise scandal, which I've talked about many times on the show, where Israel was involved in the sale of technology in America that had a virtual back door built into it, which allowed Israeli intelligence to spy on American agencies and government bodies. There's obviously the Epstein scandal, which I've talked about extensively on the channel. It's known that Epstein had deep ties to both Israeli political figures and the Israeli intelligence apparatus. Epstein was no doubt operating as an intelligence asset not only for Israel but also for America. There's also the USS Liberty incident, which occurred on June 8, 1967 during the Six-Day War, when Israeli air and naval forces attacked the American intelligence ship, the USS Liberty, in international waters off the Sinai Peninsula, killing 34 crew members and injuring 171. That's right, Israeli air and naval forces attacked a U.S. ship, killed 34 crew members.
They didn't try to say it was an accident. They knew damn well it wasn't no accident because, as the survivors said, that they looked the soldiers dead in their eyes and they smiled. So the soldiers knew what the Israeli soldiers knew what they were doing. They were trying to false flag America into their war with Egypt. And then, trust me, if they'd got what they wanted and killed everybody on that ship and sunk it, they'd have blamed it on Egypt. We'd have probably went to war with Egypt. Probably.
American GIs and injured 171 more. Now, Israel claimed that this was nothing more than a case of mistaken identity. They had mistaken the American vessel for an Egyptian ship. But survivors and some U.S. officials have alleged that this was a deliberate attack to prevent the United States from intercepting sensitive Israeli communications. The incident remains controversial, with ongoing debates about the motives and the lack of a definitive resolution, though both governments eventually settled on the accidental attack narrative. Accidental attack. That's right, any other nation that attacked us, killed 34 sailors and 171 were wounded, they'd be an immediate enemy of America. But that was just an accident. Those 34 people killed and 171 injured, just an accident. I'm sorry, guys. Let's just let Israel get away with it.
Any other country, our relationship would have just been like, it'd have been done.
Sorry. They didn't mean to do it, you know, it's a total accident, which is bullshit. I'm going to do a whole episode on that soon. It is crazy. The actual stories of people, survivors, seeing them specifically hone into attack and hearing communications from them that day talking about how they're knowingly attacking the U.S. thing. Like, it's a massive cover-up. And obviously, above all, I wholeheartedly condemn the genocide currently occurring in Gaza. What is happening over there to innocent men, women, and most of all, children is morally abhorrent and completely despicable. So,
the worst part about the U.S. Liberty, too, is that, well, the U.S. government was working really hard to shut those guys up. That was the sad reality. Like, they was working really hard to shut up our own servicemen, and they were doing whatever they could. I mean, some of these guys went crazy, low-key fighting the government over them speaking out about what happened on the U.S. Liberty. So, yeah, trust me. There's just a lot of hard feelings towards Israel over that, because, I mean, they caused the suffering of, and the death, suffering and death, political suffering, mental suffering, and death of, well, our servicemen when they hit the USS Liberty.
The motive in my mind is almost there. Charlie Kirk, one of the largest, most influential voices in all of American conservatism. It would be really hard to find someone in the conservative world in America that had a larger megaphone. He was about to begin speaking out against the genocide in Gaza, and the pro-Israeli lobby was about to lose Charlie Kirk as one of their mouthpieces. Charlie had actually talked about his loss of faith and support for Israel pretty extensively in private and public in the months before his death. And then, bam, before he can flip sides and warn his followers about what's really happening over there, he's silenced forever. Now, this theory is interesting, but it gets even stranger when you consider that shortly after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Benjamin Netanyahu himself, Israel's prime minister, got in front of a camera and said this.
Well, somebody has fabricated a monstrous big lie that Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. This is insane. It is false. It is outrageous. Charlie Kirk was a giant, a once-in-a-century talent who defended freedom, defended America, defended our common Judeo-Christian civilization. Charlie loved Israel. He loved the Jewish people. He told me so in a letter that he sent me just a few months ago. One of my greatest joys as a Christian, he said, is advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews.
Now, in the letter that he sent to Bibi Netanyahu, it wasn't, well, him just being, oh, I just love to work for Israel and defend the Holy Land. No, it was more like, look, I'm having a hard time defending Israel and the Holy Land, and people got some good questions, and I would like you to answer some things. Maybe you should, and you guys need to change some things about how you guys handle, well, I'm gonna be real with you, opposing views, because you're kind of turning a lot of people off to the pro-Israel movement. And that's pretty much what it was. Like, he was pretty much laying out suggestions to to Bibi Netanyahu. And I'm be real with you, a lot of his suggestions were hard axes. Those are very hard acts. That's a very hard axe right there, because they were not about to do it. I mean, he acts nicely. He definitely did act some nicely, but yeah, it wasn't going to happen.
To protect Judeo-Christian civilization. He encouraged me to make the case directly to the American people about how vital Israel is to U.S. national security. He told me, the Holy Land is so important to my life, it pains me to see support for Israel slip away. Now, if Charlie disagreed with a policy of mine or a decision here and there, not only did I not mind, I welcomed it. This is the essence of Charlie. This is the essence of a free country. It's exactly what Charlie stood for. And I knew that his suggestions always came from the heart, from his love for Israel and from his love for the Jewish people. A few weeks before his death, I spoke to Charlie. I invited him to visit Israel again. And sadly, that won't happen. Now some are peddling these disgusting rumors, perhaps out of obsession, perhaps with Qatari funding. What I do know is this: Charlie Kirk was a great man, and a great man deserves honor, not lies. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing.
So this was posted just shortly after Charlie Kirk's death, a message from the prime minister of a foreign country publicly claiming and asserting that they had absolutely nothing to do with an assassination. Doesn't that seem kind of odd to you? There's also the fact that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu invited Charlie Kirk to come to Israel just a few weeks prior to his public assassination, and Charlie reportedly declined the invite. Then, about a month before his death, Charlie vented his frustration on Megyn Kelly's show that Israeli and Jewish donors were texting him, calling him anti-Semitic for mentioning Epstein's connections to the Mossad and hosting Israel critic Dave Smith at a recent TPUSA event. There's also the fact that Netanyahu posted his condolences to Charlie Kirk and his family before U.S. officials or major news outlets had announced formally Charlie Kirk's death, which has fueled speculation of foreknowledge or potential Israeli intelligence involvement in Kirk's killing. Then there's the letter. Following Kirk's assassination, Netanyahu selectively quoted from a supportive letter that Charlie Kirk had sent him on May 2nd of this year in order to counter emerging claims of Charlie's growing criticism of his leadership and Israel in general. In releasing selected portions of this letter, Netanyahu strategically framed Charlie Kirk as an unwavering ally of Israel in order to, assumedly, bolster Israel's image amongst U.S. conservatives. This partial disclosure of the truth, highlighted in Benjamin Netanyahu's September 18th video statement and X posts, delayed the full release of the 7-page letter amidst mounting demands for transparency, a move perceived by critics as an attempt to control the narrative and to suppress Charlie Kirk's more candid concerns with Netanyahu and Israel. Notably, Netanyahu's selective presentation ignored Charlie Kirk's explicit warnings that he wrote down in the letter about Israel's faltering PR strategy, particularly discussing the risk of losing support amongst the MAGA base and younger conservatives, which fueled accusations that the Israeli leader was prioritizing political expediency over addressing the substantive issues Charlie had raised. The eventual full release of the letter by Netanyahu's office to the New York Post on September 30th only intensified the controversy, as it revealed Charlie Kirk's balanced critique, support laced with urgent advice, leaving others to question the timing and the intent behind Netanyahu's initial selective quotation releases. So he was basically putting out parts of the letter that made Charlie Kirk out to be a fervent supporter of Israel with no critiques and only love, but when the full letter was released, it shows that he was basically critiquing them right to their faces. So, could Israel potentially have played a hand in this? Could this have been an assassination by a foreign government? Keep in mind, people who are viewing this video, and I want to keep this very, very, very clear, critiques of Israel that I make on any of my social media or on my shows have nothing to do with critiques of Judaism or anybody's religion or any ethnic group or people. The critiques that I'm making are critiques of a highly corrupted, violent foreign government that is currently committing a genocide against innocent men, women, and children, actively in the public eye in front of everybody, and no one's doing anything about it. It's food for thought, for sure. And finally, there's the magic bullet theory. The magic bullet doubts echo JFK's assassination lore. How does a high-energy round stop before doing any deeper damage to Charlie Kirk's body or hitting any bystanders or Charlie's surroundings? In the end, these theories thrive on what we do or do not know regarding the official sealed autopsy. And this has all eroded trust in the government, as seen in trends on platforms like X, where the hashtag Charlie Kirk autopsy garnered over 50,000 posts. The full release of this autopsy could answer some burning questions and provide clarity as to what really happened here. But as officials and commenters online have noted, unchecked speculation and independent analysis of evidence could potentially, according to officials, put the trial and the legitimacy of alleged shooter Tyler Robinson at risk. Something else interesting, though, is that on Tyler Robinson's legal team is a Michael Burt, a lawyer who famously previously defended Joseph Lyle Menendez during the Menendez brothers' first trial in 1993. So, if you really are guilty, and you admitted to the crime over text, and all of the evidence, the DNA, all the video, all the surveillance, everything connects you to the crime in extremely solid, extremely detailed detail, why would you have a high-profile, very experienced, infamous lawyer added to your case if you didn't intend to try and fight it? It makes no sense. Shockingly, though, Kirk's assassination has some disturbing historical parallels. For example, on April 4th...
Yeah, it is a bit weird how they say he came in, he confessed, but not really. He didn't really confess because, well, he's taking it to trial. He's pleading not guilty. Hey, I don't know. And it could be because we threatened the death penalty. Maybe he's trying to get a prosecution deal, but you never know.
1968, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee, while standing on the balcony. He also was struck by a single 30-06 round fired from a Remington Model 760 Game Master rifle. Allegedly, we know that that's not true, but according to the story, fired by James Earl Ray from a boarding house across the street, approximately 200 to 300 feet away. The bullet entered the right side of Dr. King's face, fracturing the mandible, and traveled downward through the neck, damaging multiple blood vessels, including the jugular and subclavian arteries, and severing the spinal cord at the lower cervical/upper thoracic level.
Yeah, you know what's so relevant like about it is that King was also about to change his mind on a lot of things as well. Like, I mean, one thing I heard that he's honestly changing his mind about segregation and didn't think that it should have been forced or something like that. There was a lot of things Dr. King was coming around to that he felt like he led his people into a burning building over. So that also might have been one of the reasons why he got taken out. I mean, look what Charlie Kirk was kind of doing. He felt like he might have led people into a burning building with the pro-Israel movement. As soon as he tries to lead him back out, he dies or assassinated. Hey, it's coincidental, is it not?
For lodging in the left shoulder area. The trajectory was front to back, right to left, and slightly downward. seemingly consistent with the shooter's elevated position. The autopsy at the time, conducted by a Dr. Jerry Francisco, the Shelby County medical examiner, confirmed that the fatal wound caused immediate paralysis due to spinal cord transection and led to death from hemorrhagic shock due to severe blood loss from damaged vessels. A single bullet was recovered from the body, with no evidence of multiple fragments or unusual ballistic behavior beyond the expected effects. The injury would likely have caused quadriplegia if Dr. King had survived. And here again lies an anomaly. A high-velocity 30-06 round fired from across the street executed a near 90-degree redirection inside of Martin Luther King Jr.'s body, fragmenting without ever leaving his body. Its remnants contained wholly within MLK Jr.'s body and his clothing. This defied clean penetration expectations and once again harkens forward to Charlie Kirk's lodged round and the alleged scattered shards throughout his body, prompting whispers of ballistic improbabilities that have echoed through decades of conspiracy debates. So you got a 30-06 with Martin Luther King Jr. also hitting his body at a close range, not doing what people thought it should do or would have done, bouncing around at all these improbable angles, shattering his innards and his skeletal structure in a similar way that Charlie Kirk, and there's no exit wound or never leaves his body. It's very, very similar to Charlie Kirk. And just consider this. We know for a fact, if you read into the story, that James Earl Ray was not the guy who killed Martin Luther King Jr. In fact, if you do some research yourself, you will see that Martin Luther King Jr.'s own family members became friends with James Earl Ray because they wholeheartedly, based on independent investigations, people they had talked to, and evidence that they collected over the years, they, for the most part, all believed that James Earl Ray was innocent. He was a patsy, a sort of fall guy. I could do an entire episode on that in the future, but there's so much wrong with that story, it isn't even funny. But we see that same similar bullet travel in his body as we also see in Charlie Kirk's. So it's definitely a little odd. Similarly, the November 22nd, 1963 assassination of President John F. Kennedy in Dallas presents a tapestry of ballistic riddles. The fatal shot taken at JFK, captured in the Zapruder film, propelled John F. Kennedy's head backwards, like this. A motion long cited as being evidence of there having been a shooter in the front, which has fueled countless theories of multiple gunmen, the grassy knoll, yet dynamical models according to a...
All right, guys, so we're going to have to go ahead and close it down right here. Got to go ahead and take it in for the night. But, man, I do appreciate you guys tuning in for the night, man. It's been great. I'm going to go ahead and head out on the jazz note. But first, let me go ahead and set some things up here.
It's all magic, no tricks.
And all right, guys, I'm going to close it down on this one. Make sure you guys go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, and make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate the support, guys. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.